You'll do it. Thank you. Okay, we're on live stream.
Okay.
And so we are say hello to everybody, and then Allison will spotlight a few people, or I will do that while she's helping me. Hello, Dr. Al.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. And Julie Griffin is going to start us off. Take it away, Julie.
Hey, good morning, everyone. What a wonderful day yesterday. I hope you all got to experience it. And I'd like to thank Climate Healers, the whole group, all the organizers, and especially Dr. Rao, who keeps us all pointed in the right direction and on target towards our amazing goals. And to the wonderful speakers who were here, who I personally learned a lot from, and I am assuming everyone else did as well. So in the theme of stories and games, I want to do a storyful meditation. That's something that I've started doing because I realize a lot of times people are more interested in stories than they are in meditations or lectures, etc. So please make yourself comfortable as we begin this storyful meditation. Get in touch with your breathing and your body. Breathe in and out peacefully. Feel your brain waves slowing down into the alpha state, where suggestions are most readily achieved and received, and where they plant beautifully in your mind and blossom and bloom later for your highest good. Very good. And now you may go through this storyful meditation with your eyes open or closed, but you may allow each breath you take and each sound you hear during this meditation to help your body to relax and to heal, and for your mind and spirit to soar into the highest plane of awareness. Very good. Once upon a time, there was a group of people called climate healers who set out to heal the issues pertaining to the climate, global warming, and all the things that cause global warming. And this group was very mighty in their cause and very caring and loving. See them in your mind, feel them in your body, and know you are a part of this beautiful group. And as you continue to breathe and relax and relax and relax, feel yourself becoming empowered to take on the cause, to take on this magnificent effort that we're all involved in together. Breathe and relax and feel love moving through your body as you see things changing, as you feel things changing, as you hear things changing. Sometimes our task, our goals seem so broad and almost impossible, but the fact is it's all happening now. The changes are already occurring, and they're occurring faster and faster through the efforts of people like you and like me and like this glorious group. See things happening. See the air becoming cleaner. See everyone engaging in loving and compassionate behavior. See the animals being treated respectfully and lovingly. See the food on people's plates switching to whole foods, to natural foods, to plant-based diets. That's right. It's already happening. Large companies are switching over. They're buying out plant-based concerns. They're buying out things like Tom's of Maine being bought by Colgate. And that is because these big companies know that we have got a foothold, that we are the future. That's right. We are the future. See everything getting better. See people behaving responsibly towards the climate. And most importantly, see yourself gaining the strength you need, the power, the creativity, and the trust in yourself to be your most persuasive, your most loving, your most comforting. And so you are. You have the power to move our efforts along. Each and every one of us is gifted with the talent. And breathe and relax as you see the world healing, as you see the climate healing, as you see people being fed healthy, nutritious foods around the world, as you see life the way you want it to be. And you know this is happening through everyone's efforts, including yours. And as you go through all of these efforts, it will now be easy for you to have a harmonious mind and a peaceful heart, because you know you're doing the right thing. You know that the universe is on your side, that Mother Nature and Father Earth are standing beside you in your efforts. And so it is. And so you are loving, kind, healing, powerful, creative, harmonious. Very good. See the world shining, happy, clean, and see yourself and future generations of your family living happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie.
My pleasure.
So now we're going to begin with a short play, and Gabrielle is going to introduce the play.
Yes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to VCOP17. We're so glad you're here. Okay, this is a tale of two planets. Imagine that you go to a doctor with a lump the size of a coconut by the side of your head, and excruciating chest pain that has been getting progressively worse day by day. You don't like going to the doctor, and you've been procrastinating for almost a year as these symptoms got worse and worse. Now the pain has become unbearable, and you finally look up the nearest doctor and take the plunge. The medical assistant conducts a series of tests, and finally you are ushered in to see the doctor. And in this play, Dr. Rao will play the doctor, and Glenn Mercer will be the patient.
I'm looking over your test results, and your blood sugar is off the charts. 3 of your coronary arteries are blocked, and that lump by the side of your head is cancerous. So you have diabetes, heart disease, and cancer.
I feel awful, Doc. I've been having excruciating chest pains for the past year.
There's worse. Your body temperature is 1 degree Celsius above normal. This is serious.
You mean I have a fever and it's serious?
Yes, the fever is deadly serious. If the fever goes over 1.5 degrees Celsius, that can cause more serious problems. If it goes over 2 degrees Celsius, it can become a runaway fever scenario. So what have you been eating?
I'm a cheeseburger man, Doc. I eat cheeseburgers 3 times a day. Been doing it for 50 years, rain or shine.
What else? Did you change your eating habits a year ago when your chest pain started?
Yeah, come to think of it, I started drinking sickly sweet soda pop about a year ago, and now I can't stop. Before that, I used to wash my cheeseburgers down with lemon tea.
That's it. That's the reason for all your problems. You have to cut down drinking sickly sweet soda pop if you want to live.
But Doc, I'm addicted to sickly sweet soda pop. They're so sweet and delicious, I can't stop.
Look, your fever is serious. It can kill you as your cancer grows and you get a second lump the size of a coconut on the other side of your head. You got to do something about your fever urgently.
If I gradually switch over from sickly sweet soda pop to sugar-free sickly sweet soda pop, will that reduce my fever?
That's a good start. It might help reduce the rate of increase of your fever. Tell you what, I'll introduce you to a friend of mine who's a sugar-free sickly sweet soda pop salesman. And he can cut you a good deal on sugar-free sickly sweet soda pop by the case.
Thanks, Doc. Is that all?
Yes, that'll be $1,000 for the consultation. Please pay the cashier when you're leaving. She'll bill you for the test separately.
Weeks later, your untreated diabetes, heart disease, and cancer continue to rage on, and you are feeling much worse. Your fever has reached 1.5 degrees centigrade. Does this sound improbable and absurd? Well, this is precisely what we have been doing to the planet until now. A dream team of scientists from around the world under the aegis of the Stockholm Resilience Institute identified 6 planetary boundary transgressions in the life support systems of the planet. By their estimate, climate change is only the 4th worst transgression, and yet that's the only environmental crisis that everyone talks about, just the fever. We are ignoring biodiversity loss, chemical pollution, and nitrogen and phosphorus loading, heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Even regarding climate change, we mainly talk about the fossil fuels we have been burning for the past 200 years. The sickly sweet soda pop habit, and largely ignore animal agriculture that has been destroying forests for 10,000 years. The cheeseburger habit. Now we're being sold a bill of goods that we only need to switch from fossil fuels to renewable energy to address all of our environmental crises. Next, let's imagine a different scenario as if we live on a planet where we address our problems openly and with integrity. Let's imagine how that same doctor visit might go.
I'm looking over your test results and I'm shocked that you're still alive. Your blood sugar is off the charts, 3 of your coronary arteries are blocked, and that lump by the side of your head is cancerous.
Oh my God, what can we do?
The conventional treatment would be to put you on insulin for your diabetes, a triple bypass surgery for your heart disease, and chemotherapy for your cancer. But I'm afraid that your body may not survive all these procedures simultaneously.
Whoa.
There's another option that we can explore, which is the lifestyle change. Would you consider that?
Yes, Doc, I want to live.
The number one thing we need to do is to get you on a low-fat, whole foods, plant-based vegan diet as soon as possible. That would help mitigate all your problems.
Oh no, I've been eating cheeseburgers 3 times a day, rain or shine, for the past 50 years.
That has to change.
But Doc, my chest pains and the growth by the side of my head only happened after I started drinking sickly sweet soda pop about a year ago. Can't I just switch over from sickly sweet soda pop to sugar-free sickly sweet soda pop while continuing to eat cheeseburgers?
When you eat cheeseburgers, you're ingesting saturated fat, dietary cholesterol, and animal protein, and they all shorten your life. Unless you quit consuming these animal foods, you're not going to get better.
Okay, Doc, I'll do what you say.
Thank you. Here are some temporary prescriptions to stabilize your blood sugar, and I'll have my assistant give you the necessary support to help you transition to your new lifestyle. Best of luck, and I'll see you again next week.
In this book, we explore the 2 choices we face today. Planet A, where special interests impose sacred cows that cannot be touched when we solve problems and not much really gets done. Or Planet B, where we put everything on the table and solve our problems openly and with integrity. Which planet do you want to live on?
Thank you, Gabriel. So this is Planet B. There is a Planet B. So I want to talk about a planet where we deal with our problems with integrity. And what would happen if we did that? And actually, I want to start with a quote from Glenn Mercer, who was just the patient in the play we did right now. And he said, the world is not such a terrible place as long as you look at it wrong. And I realized that's what I had been doing. I've been looking at the world all wrong. And this is why I see solutions, and I see a different world than anyone else. And at times I've wondered, am I crazy, or is everyone else crazy? Or is it the other way around, right? And if you think about it, it's easy to solve our problems. or environmental problems, because all we have to do is to help the earth improve as a result of our presence. And that's what James Lovelock said. If the earth improves as a result of human presence, then we'll flourish. If not, then we'll perish. And right now, it's not improving year after year. And this is why we are having trouble, right? And I want to give you an example of two metros. The Kolkata Metro in India was started by Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1972. And it was a big boondoggle right from the outset. People were trying to make money off of it, and there were holes in the ground. The people of Kolkata hated the thing because it divided the city of Kolkata into two. You couldn't cross from one place to the other because of all the holes in the ground. And 52 years later, the Kolkata Metro has two operational lines, one going north-south, that's the green line. And apparently the blue line that's dotted here in Wikipedia, some of it is already operating. But it doesn't touch the north-south line. So and there's still holes in the ground all over the place. Now on the right, I show you the Delhi Metro. It's another city in India. And the Delhi Metro was started in 1996. And when they started the Delhi Metro, they authorized the engineer who was in charge of it to do whatever he needed to do to get it to work. So they gave him full power to deal with the problem. And he said, okay, then I won't take any recommendations from ministers or anything like that. So there'll be no corruption. And they said, fine. And they agreed to that because the ministers were also getting stuck in traffic in Delhi. And this was in 1996. He started the Delhi Metro in 1996. By 2002, the first trains were running. Today, so about 28 years later, it rivals the London Underground in the total extent of the trains, of the rail lines. It carries 50% more people than the London Underground on a daily basis. 99.97% of the trains arrive within 1 minute of schedule. And at peak hours, the trains run every 2.5 minutes. And the people of Delhi love it. So what happened? Same country, same people, two different cities, two different scenarios. And if you look at why there was such a big change in the outcome, in the Kolkata Metro, the objective function was to figure out how to grab as much as you can for yourself. And the people who were involved in the metro were doing that, right? And, and it never being interfered with. There were all kinds of problems, right? In the Delhi Metro, the objective was to serve the people of Delhi. And the person who ran it was incorruptible, pretty much. And he was already retired when they recruited him to do this. His name is Satish, and he's still alive. He's in the 90s now. And he was already retired, and he said, I don't need this job. But then he did it as a service to the people of Delhi. So the objective function was different. And we got it done. Now, what is happening in climate change is that we are still in the Kolkata Metro version of it, of dealing with it. And when we start doing a Delhi Metro version of it, that would be the greatest transformation in human history. And we really start solving this problem, honestly and with integrity. And the transformation that happened to me in my life was when I took this photograph and I instantly went vegan because I saw old cows walking around on the left of this fence, eating anything new that was growing on the ground. And I immediately realized that my consumption of dairy was causing the forest to die. And the fence was built in 2002. I took this picture in 2008. And in 6 years, to the right of the fence, it was already lush green forest. So nature was bouncing back and recovering right in front of my eyes. So I realized that I had to go vegan, and I went vegan on the spot. Okay. And to me, veganism is something that people come to from different portals. The definition is it's the way of living that seeks to exclude, as far as is possible and practicable, all forms of exploitation of animals for food, clothing, or any other purpose. So from that definition, actually all of us are vegan. Even those who claim they're not vegan, they're already vegan because they don't want to hurt animals unnecessarily. But people who own that label of veganism come to own that label through these three different portals: health, ethics, and environment. Those who do it for health and those who do it for ethics, when you do that, you really don't yet have a sense of urgency because it's health, maybe unless you're really sick, you don't have a sense of urgency. And when you get better, you may say, okay, now I can eat some animals. For ethics, you may say, we've been exploiting animals for 10,000 years. So what's the hurry, right? Why do it now? But when you do it for the environment, you have a sense of urgency. Okay? At least I felt that sense of urgency. I felt a sense of urgency as if my home was on fire. So imagine that your home is on fire and your children are in the room above the garage and they're playing and they're squabbling with each other. And the parents are saying, don't squabble, don't fight. And then they're going and turning up the AC. It's getting hot in here and cranking up the AC. And you are outside watching this. Wouldn't you scream at them and say, hey, get out or do something, put out the fire? So that's the way I felt, right, when I realized what was going on. And by the way, this is our home in New Jersey that caught fire. And our children were in the room above the garage. And they came running out and I was in the kitchen making coffee. It was early morning. And the fire was caused by a design flaw in the car that I bought the previous day. And so my son came running out saying, Dad, there is smoke coming out of the vents. And I was in the middle, I was actually on a phone as well with someone and I was making coffee. And I told him, don't worry about it. It's the heater just came on, so it must be the heater. And he went back. And he came running out again saying, Dad, there's black smoke coming out of the vents. And this time I went and looked and sure enough, as you can see, there was black smoke coming out of the vents. And I ran downstairs, opened the door to the garage and the car was spitting flames at me. And my only thought at that point was, how do I get my children out of there before the roof caves in on them? The roof of the garage caves in on them. And so I ran upstairs, grabbed my kids, and I hit the alarm. And the policeman came and took this picture. He came within a couple of minutes and took this picture. And then the fire engine came within 5 minutes and they put out the fire, but we were out of the house for 8 months and we rebuilt our home. Okay. Now you have the same situation on our planet. The Stockholm Resilience Institute did an estimate in 2009, and then they announced that there were 3 major fires on the planet. And there were some parameters that they couldn't assess whether it's above the threshold or not. And what they're saying is that there are life support systems on the planet, and we have been messing with them with our activities. And 3 of them have gone to the red zone, which means that if we leave them in the red zone, that will kill life as we know it. Okay? There were 3 boundaries that they estimated were crossed in 2009. And in 2015, they said 4 boundaries were crossed. And in 2023, they said 6 boundaries were crossed. So as if there are 6 major fires on the planet. And any one of these fires, if you leave them alone, will kill life as we know it on the planet. And yet, I see people walking around playing golf when the planet's on fire. The reaction is not the same as the reaction that I had when I found that my house was on fire. So as if there is some kind of psychopathy that we are dealing with, right? And I realized that there is a bit of that same psychopathy within me, not just in people out there, within me. Because I was, in 2014, I was reading the Living Planet report from the World Wildlife Fund, which said that between 1970 and 2010, we killed 52% of all wild animals by total weight When that report came out, I did an extrapolation. I assumed that we were killing wild animals proportional to the size of our economy. And I was calculating to see when are we going to hit 100%. And the answer was 2026. Now, I was shocked when I made that calculation. And I was wondering, if by 2026, if we're going to kill off almost 100% of all wild animals, why isn't everybody screaming about this? Why isn't everybody working on this? Then I thought maybe my calculations were wrong, and that I'm going to wait until the next report comes out in 2016 and verify whether my calculations are correct or not. Now, to me, right now, looking back, that was a form of psychopathy, because I didn't empathize with the wild animals dying off like that. I mean, the fact that 52% of them have been killed off in 40 years, I should have been raising a hue and cry right then and there. Anyway, so I regret that now, right? But it also helped me understand how this psychopathy, extends out into the world. For me, the wild animals are like an out group. Something happened to them, they're dying off. Yeah. And I'm sitting here calculating how long it will take for them to die off completely. I mean, this is the kind of psychopathy that, we shouldn't be doing things like this. Anyway, that's what happened then. In 2016, I realized that my calculations are correct, because between 1970 and 2012, 58% of all wild animals died off, according to the Living Planet Report 2016. Now, that evening, I had to put my granddaughter to bed. And I normally read her a story to put her to bed. And at the end of the story, she asked me, Grandpa, who were the first human beings? Now, I have promised her that I'll never, ever lie to her. And so I tried to explain evolution to a 5-year-old girl. So I said, Kimaya, imagine that you're standing on the street and you're holding your mother by your hand. And you ask your mother to bring her mother to stand by her side, and so on. So you create a long line of mothers on this side of the street. And on the other side of the street, you ask a chimpanzee to do the same thing with her mother and her grandmother, and so on. By the time these two lines go from Phoenix to Tucson, they will merge, because both lines are going to say, hey, that's my mama too. Immediately, she just sat up in bed. She said, what? Are you telling me that animals are my family? And I said, now that you put it that way, yeah, they are your family. She said, then why are people eating my family? Grandpa, make them stop. They're eating my family. She started bawling. See, for her, as a child, that psychopathy was not there. She saw immediately that animals were her family. So Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam became visceral for her. And so she was bawling her eyes out. And I was trying to console her, because I realized I had created a world full of monsters for my granddaughter, because she was naming names of people she knows who are eating her family. So I was trying to console her, and I said, Kimaya, this is what I do. It's my job to make them stop. So please stop crying. Immediately she stopped crying and she looked at me. She said, what? This is your job? This is your job? You know you haven't done your job? Then she said, do your job. She shook her finger in my face. Then she said, when will you do your job? And I blurted out, I better do it by 2026, otherwise we're all in big trouble. And she said, will you promise me that? I said, okay, I'll promise you that. She said, will you give me a pinky promise? I said, okay, I'll give you a pinky promise. And she asked me to hold out my pinky. Then she locked her pinky in mine and she said, you can never, ever break a pinky promise. Now, I consider that to be a sacred promise that our generation, my generation, has made to her generation and to the generations coming after her, and to our children and our grandchildren, that we will solve this problem. We're not going to just sit here and wait until everything dies off and then say, you figure it out. Yeah. So this is why I'm very passionate about this. And just looking at the numbers from of wild animals and human beings, I'm going to come to what Debbie Elliott was saying yesterday as well. So, 10,000 years ago, if you look at the weight of all the wild animals that lived on Earth, it was about 200 million metric tons. Okay, so that's the blue bubble, blue circle on the left, 10,000 years ago. And human beings were a tiny little blip on top of that. By 1970, the wild animal population is down by 60% from what they were 10,000 years ago. And human beings, our weight alone, one species alone, equal to the weight of all the wild animals that lived 10,000 years ago. Okay? And our farmed animals are double our weight and the equivalent biomass of farmed animals. What do I mean by that? Because the farmed animals are all young animals, okay? They're infants. So they're eating way more than their weight. So if you only look at the weight, you're not looking at the total impact of the farmed animals. So you have to look at what they're eating. And if you look at what they're eating, their equivalent weight is triple the weight of all the human beings that were there on Earth in 1970. So clearly, this was an unsustainable situation in 1970. You can't leave things like this and expect the ecosystem to thrive. And by 2010, we had wiped out 52% of all the wild animals from 1970. So which means they're 52% down from the one that was 60% down. Okay. And human beings, we're now double the weight of all the wild animals that lived 10,000 years ago. And our farmed animals, we're presenting a profile of a biomass that's 9 times the weight of all the wild animals that lived 10,000 years ago. So it's completely unsustainable. Now, someone looking at this, who looks at animals as an outgroup, may say, you need to get rid of the farmed animals, right? So if the world goes vegan, we'll get rid of the weight that we are carrying, and maybe the planet can sustain, our weight plus, and then we can help the wild animals come back, and then slowly we can reduce our weight, our numbers, and eventually reach sustainability. But someone else who looks at even human beings, some human beings as outgroups, may say, the American way of life is not negotiable. And Americans actually eat 4 times the average in terms of the meat consumption. So if everyone ate like Americans, you'll have to take the farmed animal biomass and multiply it by 4. Clearly, that cannot be done on this planet. So if that cannot be done on this planet, you also know that the American way of life is not negotiable, then the human population has to come down by a factor of 8, at least. Okay? So they're probably sitting around saying, let nature do her thing. Let's just play golf. Let nature do her thing, and human beings will die off, and then we'll solve the problem. That happens because we are playing a game of money in which psychopathy bubbles up and gets more and more power. So the more money you have, more likely that you're psychopathic. It's not that all of them are psychopathic, they're more psychopathic than those who have less money, right? So it's like you have to have that mindset in order to play this game of money and to extract more and more from the planet for this game of money. But again, this is all, don't generalize it. I'm just saying that the probability of psychopathy increasing as the wealth increases is higher. Not everyone is like that. Okay? Because that's the game of money we are playing. The game of money is a game where we have to extract from the planet and return debt. So there is more debt than money at any given point in time, and the money is being used, deployed to extract from the planet in order to return the debt. And those who accumulate more and more in this game have to have the lack of empathy for the suffering that this causes. But I say in nature, every creature belongs exactly as they are. This is why I say there's nothing wrong with the game. This is the way the game was meant to be played, and this is how we heated the earth, right? So in nature, if you see an elephant breaking branches of trees, it may look destructive, But wherever the elephant broke branches of trees, that's where the sunlight will stream and nourish the underbrush. So the elephant was doing something for the ecosystem at that time. Just like we have been using fire to heat the planet for the last 10,000 years in earnest. And actually 50,000 years ago, we migrated out of Africa and went to every part of the world in order to start this project. And in the current warm period, we've been heating the planet for 10,000 years, and we have kept the temperature constant. And now we have increased it by 1.1 degrees Celsius, 1.5 degrees Celsius. And we are being called to start cooling. Don't continue heating. Okay? Just like the elephant is called to stop at some point and start doing other things. So there's nothing wrong with what has happened. It's just that we have to now transform. And how we transform depends. And you can see the solution is staring at us in the face. From when you look at how we use the earth, you see that right away. So this is data from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Now, it's a little different from the data that Dr. Anita Kreng showed yesterday, because she is using data from Poor and Nemechek's paper, which they were using numbers from the FAO, the UN FAO. And the IPCC has different numbers than the UN FAO. And I believe that the IPCC is closer to reality than the UN FAO, because the UN FAO has public partnerships with the International Meat Secretariat, International Dairy Federation, so on. So their numbers are a bit tainted. I also believe that these numbers are closer to other numbers that I see. They more correspond with other numbers that I see. So anyway, so this is a map that shows how we use the earth. So if you take all the land that we're currently using for monocultured trees, for timber and paper, where we have monocultures of the same trees being planted over and over. You take all that land and if you put it in one spot, it'll cover all of North America, all of Central America, and a little bit of South America. Okay? So it's 22% of the ice-free land area of the planet. If you take all the original forests and put it in one spot, it'll cover the bottom half of South America. That's 9% of the land area of the planet. So together, if you did this to the planet, you will notice that almost all the trees on the planet are in the Americas. There are hardly any trees in the rest of the world, because we have cut over the last 10,000 years, we have cut half the trees on the planet. There used to be 5 to 6 trillion trees. Now there are only 3 trillion trees. So all the trees will be in the Americas. And another amazing thing you'll notice is that 90% of the land carbon, the carbon that is stored on land, will be in the Americas. Only 10% will be in the rest of the world. Now you may ask, how much carbon is that? 90% the land carbon. That's actually twice as much carbon as in the entire atmosphere, and 4 times as much carbon as in all the fossil fuels we have burned to date. Will be stored in the trees and the soil in the Americas. So that's the power of land and trees to store carbon. And that carbon that's in the trees came from the atmosphere. That carbon in the soil came from the atmosphere. Okay? So now the rest of the world, you'll see, what are we using it for? If you take all the land that we're using to grow the plant foods that we eat directly, the fruits, nuts, vegetables, grains, and seeds, and if you put it in one spot, it'll cover Australia. It's about 7% of the land area of the planet. And that is actually providing us with 85% of the food we eat today in terms of total dry weight. So the world is already plant-based, okay? Mostly eating plants. It's only in rich countries that we eat a lot more animals, and we think that everyone eats like us. No, most people are eating plants. Only 12% of the food comes from land animals. And to grow that, we are using land that will cover all of Europe, most of Asia, and a little bit of Africa. So it's 43% of the ice-free land area of the planet. That's about 50% more than what the FAO says. And the FAO is saying that we use 50% less land than that for the animal And they're claiming that all the other land is for the wild animals. And wait a minute, there are hardly any wild animals. Are you giving up all that land for wild animals? I mean, there are no farmed animals in the timberland, no farmed animals in the original forest, really? I mean, when I go to India, I see cows walking around everywhere. But that's what the FAO is claiming. So the IPCC is saying 43% of the ice-free land area of the planet, and I buy their numbers. And then 16% of the land is deserts. And I believe the deserts mostly are created by the animal agriculture industry also. Biofuels is a small portion. That's the bottom half of South Africa there. And if you take all the cities, railroads, highways, all the built land and put it in one spot, it will cover Madagascar. It's only 1% of the land area of the planet. Okay. So this is how we use the land. This is how we use the earth. And the remaining 3% of the food we eat comes from the ocean, for which we have been destroying the entire ocean. We actually bottom trawl an area the size of South America every year to get the fish. We have 10 times as many ships as we did in 1950s, and our catch is half of what we were catching in 1950s. And to catch those fish, we are actually using big data software and GPS hardware, and we are able to detect fish that are 2,000 feet below sea level, and we go and grab them from there. If you keep doing that, how many years can you do this before you wipe them all out? So the good news is that when we go vegan, let me go back to this. When we go vegan, you can return 40% of this animal food land back to nature. Okay? And you can return the entire ocean back to nature. And you can even regenerate forests in the deserts if you want. And you can bring back the 3 trillion trees that we cut. And if you bring back the 3 trillion trees that we cut, we have the potential to sequester 4 times as much CO2, 4 times as much carbon as in all the fossil fuels we've burned to date. So can we not reverse climate change when we do that? Of course we can. So we have to start knowing that, okay, that we can solve climate change if we want to do that. And not only can we solve climate change, you can quench all 6 planetary fires if the world goes vegan. The smallest fire is freshwater change. And if you return 40% of the land back to nature and return the forests on that land, that will bring more fresh water, make it available to wild animals. Second is land system change. If you return 40% of the land, that will also go from red towards green. The third is climate change. So it's not even the worst transgression, right? It's the fourth worst transgression. And there, as I pointed out, if you bring back the 3 trillion trees that we cut, we can completely reverse climate change. Then comes the nitrogen and phosphorus cycles. And there, half that comes from the fertilizer we use to grow crops. And half the crops are being fed to animals. And therefore, if you stop eating animals, then that will also go from red towards green. I don't know if it'll hit green, but it'll go towards green. Then comes chemical pollution. And the beauty of it is if we bring back the 3 trillion trees that we cut, those trees will start sucking up the chemical pollution in the environment and storing it in their trunks. Because trees are amazing life forms. They filter the water, they store all the the pollution from the water in their trunks, and they transpire fresh water through their leaves. So it'll clean up the chemical pollution in the environment if we bring back the trees that we cut. And simultaneously, when you eat plant foods, you're getting about 1% of the chemical pollution that's in the animal food. So it's better for us as well. Then finally, it's biosphere integrity, which is basically the loss of wild animals. And there it's about beginning to treat them as if they are our family, just like our Kimaya discovered, right? And if you give back the land, if you start serving them as opposed to asking them to serve us, then they can come back. I hope they can come back. You may have, so now if we take into account the opportunity cost of the land that we're currently using for animal agriculture, because the forests are trying to come back on that land and we keep burning them down every year, preventing them from coming back. So I came up with a lower bound that if you take into account the opportunity cost then animal agriculture is the leading cause of climate change, responsible for at least 87% of greenhouse gas emissions. I wrote a paper on that. That lower bound is based on an assessment of how much carbon is stored in the vegetation that's already growing on that land, because the animals are eating that vegetation. Okay? And so I'm assuming that when we bring back forests, when we actively bring back forests, which is what you're supposed to, and this is how you're supposed to estimate opportunity cost, is what can you reasonably do with that resource? And you could reasonably bring back the forests of that resource. And when we do that, can we not at least get back as much vegetation as is already growing today? So that's the reason why I came up with this as a lower bound. And now, based on the 6th assessment report of the UN IPCC, which was published after my paper was published, I'm able to update that lower bound from 87% to 118%. And you may ask, how can something be greater than 100%? So what I'm claiming is that if the world goes vegan and we still drive around in cars and we still use fossil fuels for other purposes as we do today, we will see the CO2 level in the atmosphere coming down year by year because it's greater than 100%. That's the claim I'm making. So going from climate heating to climate healing is flipping this idea that man is above, woman is above animals, and flipping it. When you flip the triangle, it becomes a heart. So it's now man and woman serving the animals. We are bringing back the wild animals, recognizing that they're part of our family. And they're part of this family that deserves to live on planet Earth. So that's our climate healing phase. And then once we bring them back, and then we can go into the climate harmonizing phase, where we consider ourselves to be equals to all species. So we got some work to do to make this transformation happen. And to make this transformation happen, we have to go from a system that's based on deception to a system based on honesty, from domination to humility, from death to happiness, and disease to health, and destruction to harmony. And I would love to design a system that's based on these 5 H's. That'll be my dream job as a systems engineer, design a system like that. Currently, we have a system that's based on deception, domination, death, disease, and destruction. Deception, I show you the satellite picture of the Amazon, and you can see how the deforestation is happening. And the reason they leave clumps of trees behind is because in the UN conventions, they say that if 1 kilometer of a 1 kilometer grid that has 10% tree cover is still a forest grid. So we've been cutting all these forests and pretending that we didn't do it. But as Steve Kaufman said, meaningful reforms are not possible until goals change. As long as our goal is to make money in the current model, we're going to continue to have a climate heating civilization. So how do you change the goals? Well, look at the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being. I mean, these are all great goals to have. But goal number 8, I threw out. Goal number 8 is economic growth. And I ask you, if you had no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, if you met all these goals, do you care that the economy is growing? So why is that goal there? That goal is there so that the UN can pretend to be working on all the other goals by just growing the economy. So all of us can pretend that we are trying to meet these goals. They're supposed to meet all these goals by 2030. And I see no indication that they'll ever meet these goals the way they're going, because they're only focusing on economic growth. That's the goal. All nations are doing just that. And I say drop goal number 8 and add goal number 18, which Claire talked about yesterday, zero animal exploitation. Because when you do that, then you become sincere about meeting these goals. This is why I said, I'm not going to any more UN meetings until they're 100% vegan. Because they're not serious as long as they do that. It's like going to a lung cancer convention where everyone is a chain smoker. Now, I show you why You cannot meet those goals, like good health and well-being, if you want to keep growing the economy. Because ACLM had pointed out that there are 8 risky behaviors responsible for 90% of the total costs, healthcare costs worldwide. And the 8 risky behaviors are poor diet, physical inactivity, smoking, lack of health screening, poor stress management, insufficient sleep, poor standard of care, and excessive alcohol consumption. But in a system where you're trying to grow the economy, these 8 risky behaviors are responsible for 90% of the healthcare economy. So your inclination will be to encourage these 8 risky behaviors so that the economy will grow. So if economic growth is your only goal, you're going to continue to have, poor health, and you will never be able to meet the good health and well-being goal. And they lie to us. The deception is in the protein myth. They tell you that only animal foods have protein, and then you discover that when you actually do the measurement of all the amino acids in different foods, that all plant foods have all amino acids. Okay? So there's plenty of protein in all plants, in plant foods that you can eat. So Gardner et al. Wrote a paper on this, and he said, don't even worry about protein, just focus on fiber, getting enough fiber in your diet, because I think Americans are getting 3 times as much protein as they need and 1/3 the fiber that they need. And to me, the crux of the problem is the dairy industry. What is happening to around the world with the dairy industry, where we are promoting this thing, this substance that is intended to grow a calf into a cow in 18 months. The lactation secretions of the calf's mother. And we are going around pretending that this is good food for human beings, even though the majority of human beings cannot even digest it. Okay? The people who can digest it are mainly in Europe, North America, and even for them, it's not good food. It's horrible food for them also. But they can at least digest it. 60% to 80% of Indians cannot even digest it. And yet India is the leading producer of milk in the world. That's such a topsy-turvy situation. And our governments are supporting this thing. So to me, dairy is the root of colonialism, is the root of this problem. And we need to root it out if we want to solve our problems. It's a social justice issue as well. During the British colonial era, between 1800 and 1945, India went through 25 famines, and almost 100 million people died in those famines. And as a result, those who survived were those who could store fat easily. And so today, modern Indians get diabetes at 4 to 6 times the rate as Europeans for the same body mass index because of this genetic selection that happened during the famines. And so now, when you're convinced to eat more meat, more dairy, more fish, more eggs, and you have, lack of fresh produce and this chemical pollution, you literally are being killed, right? So this is the colonialism 2.0. And this is why we did this documentary called They're Trying to Kill Us, showing how these injustices are endemic in the system. But the good news is that we can solve this problem on our own. We don't have to wait for anybody. All we have to do is, if you have the ability to eat healthy food, eat it, please. So do the opposite of the 8 risky behaviors. The 8 risky behaviors were shown in a circle. And here it's as if you're freed out of the circle and you've now become a flower, right? From poor diet to healthy vegan diet. So do the opposite. From physical inactivity to regular exercise and yogasana. From smoking to conscious breathing or pranayama. From lack of health screening to regular health routines. From poor stress management to meditation and awareness. From insufficient sleep to adequate rest and sleep. From poor standard of care to a sense of purpose. From excessive alcohol consumption to contact with nature. For me, the sense of purpose comes from fulfilling that pinky promise. And this if we heal ourselves, because this is like the oxygen mask, you put on your own oxygen mask and then you help others. If our job is to go help wild animals, first human beings have to become healthy. For humanity to become healthy, each one of us has to become healthy. This is why I say, please take care of your health. You're worth it. You're amazing as you are. You're here to do this incredible job of transforming our civilization and transforming this whole system. And within the next 2-3 years. So please get healthy. So the 7 strategic actions that we work on, from heating to healing, I call this an infrastructure upgrade of our civilization. It's like building a new metro. It's an infrastructure upgrade. So first you have to educate people to spread the word. Second, heal ourselves. Adopt the 8 healing actions. Third, set our goals straight. Okay? So solve the problem honestly with integrity. Meet those sustainable development goals with integrity. And then we have to reorganize ourselves for this new job of restoring ecosystems. So I say that, the old colonial nation state boundaries are all obsolete. So we really have to question all that. Vegan donut economics. We have to change our economics. So endorse the plant-based treaty, support Anita Kank and her amazing work. And let's adopt that vegan donut economics, rewild the planet, support rewilding efforts, and then vegan spirituality. Come home to your true vegan nature, because that's who we really are. We are all like Kimaya, okay, when we were born. And we just got conditioned out of it. And we were made to become more and more, or less and less empathetic to the suffering of others. So this is like addressing sacred cows. And you have to address the sacred cow of education first, the sacred cow of the killing machine, to talk about it and address it, solve the problem, shut it down. The sacred cow of human purpose. So you were told you don't have a purpose at all. You're just here to enjoy yourself. No, you have work to do. So we have to address that. The sacred cow of nation states, to talk about that. Do we really need to stay organized as this, with boundaries and walls and throwing people in jail for coming over walls and things like that? The sacred cow of economic growth. So we have to question that sacred cow. The sacred cow of human population, what Debbie brought up yesterday. We have to talk about it. And we have to say, okay, how do we deal with this as we go forward? The sacred cow of organized religion. So we don't kill each other in the name of religion. So it's like when you have a fire in your home, you don't sit around squabbling with each other, right? You have to solve this problem. And we had a debate about the world going vegan at the Oxford Union in November, and we won the debate. So the future is vegan. I'm happy to say. And this is Kimaya's illustration of what we have been doing so far. So we've been on a marathon. Okay, our ancestors have been working on this for 50,000 years to create homeostasis for planet Earth. And we just have 2 to 3 years left, which is like we are 14 feet to the finish line of a marathon. But we have to make a U-turn to get to the finish line. And if you go straight, there's a mirage, and you see this McDonald's, and there's a clown standing outside saying, come, come, come. And you know it's a mirage. If you try to go over there, you're going to fall over a cliff and you'll die off. So what do you want to do? So that's the choice we face today. Thank you. I'm sorry I went over time.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. There are some questions in the chat. I don't know if you can see them.
Do you want to deal with that later?
Yes.
I don't want to take up time from Jordi.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I didn't see the time at all.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rao. We're going to put that slide.
Welcome, Jordi.
Thank you.
Just a minute, we'll find me and spotlight me. There we go. Welcome everyone to VCOP17. I'm privileged to be able to introduce to you Jordi Casamidjana. He's of the United Kingdom. He's a vegan zoologist and animal protectionist, and he was highly publicized for a litigation case that he did in the United Kingdom that led to ethical veganism being recognized as a protected philosophical belief under the Equity Act of 2010. And as a consequence of this legal victory, Jordi wrote the book Ethical Vegan, A Personal and Political Journey to Change the World. Jordi, we're grateful for you to be here today. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to be part of this amazing event, and thank you for Climate Healers. Well, the title of my talk is Using Board Gaming to Test Strategies to Get to the Vegan World. So essentially 3 concepts there: board gaming, strategies, and the vegan world. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. But because this is part of a bigger event titled The Stories We Tell, the Games We Play, I thought that to kind of feel the spirit of telling stories, I would not use a PowerPoint presentation as I normally do in all my talks, but I will exploit my recent white beard and my look of a grandfather type of person to tell stories as if I was a grandfather in a fireplace, telling you stories about me because I am the only one that has my point of view. So I only can tell you about me. So I'm going to be telling you about several stories, but I actually left a link in the chat with some of the articles and books and things that I've been mentioned. So if you want to get those, they are in the chat. But I'll be talking about 45 minutes, 40 minutes, 45 minutes. And at the end of it, then it should be about 10 minutes time to have some questions and answers. But during these 45 minutes, I'll be telling you about 7 stories about me. The first one going to be my story. The second, my case. Third, my book. The fourth, my current profession. The sorry, that was the fifth. The sixth, my view of board games, and the last one, my vegan world game, because I kind of got an idea of how a vegan world game will look like. Let's begin with the first story. All the stories are connected with each other. They end when the other begin, as all the stories in life. My story started in a place, and that place was Catalonia in the 60s. And Catalonia in the 60s, Catalonia, for those who don't know, is there in Europe, Southern Europe, Southwestern Europe, in the Iberian Peninsula. And at the time, and it still is, it was part of Spain. But at the time, Catalonia was under fascist dictatorship of General Franco. Catalonia had been independent before, and there was a civil war, and Franco won. So basically stopped all independence of Catalonia and others that were not typical Catholic Spaniards like him, and he persecuted everyone. So I grew up in a culture where my culture was persecuted, oppressed. We Catalans speak another language, we speak Catalan, and we have quite a different culture, but all that was illegal under Franco's regime. So my first 12 years of my life was living under the oppressive regime of a fascist, an actual fascist person. That really marked my growing and my perception of the world very much, to the point that I felt it that was very hostile, very scary. The gray people, police, we call them the gray people, the uniform was gray. They were all Spaniards, obviously. That was the most scary thing I remember when I growing up. And I actually thought, well, I just don't really want to be outside with this scary world, so I'll rather be with animals. So my interest with the animals was almost selfish because they felt safer. They didn't seem too hostile to me. So I started to be interested in animals. And at one point I said, I need to get a career from this. So I decided to be a zoologist, somebody that studies animals. So I started a degree in zoology, specialized in animal behavior, which is called ethology. So I'm also an ethologist. And I did my degree in social behavior, and I specialized specifically about wasps, social insects, wasps. Social wasp. And I had an amazing encounter with a wasp, which I won't tell you now, but you can read in my book, and I can tell you another occasion, that really changed my perception about us and animals, them and us. That tiny wasp taught me so much about how unfairly we treat other animals and how similar other animals are to us that I thought study them is not enough. I need to start to protect them. This is going to be my role now. I know enough to understand that we are living in such an unfair situation for non-human creatures, and I am responsible, so I need to spend my life trying to protect them. And that led me to eventually leave my academia and leave Catalonia and try to find a place where I could be an animal protectionist at the same time to being a scientist. And that led me to the UK, where I've been living for 30 years. And through that process, I began working with animal protection for many organizations on different subjects: an anti-hunting organization, anti-captivity, anti-zoos, many subjects, and some of them I still was consuming animals, and that was a contradiction, trying to protect some animals and then eating some others. There's a big conflict in my mind, so I decided to spend a few days in isolation trying to resolve that conflict. I went in an island in Scotland for 23 days in isolation, and I wrote a novel when I was there, and I came back as an ethical vegan. That was obviously the only solution to be compatible my work and the rest of my life is not to consume any animal, not just the ones I liked. Therefore, I became an ethical vegan, and that was in 2002. And that's the end of the first story. A happy end. I became an identity story. The second story is about my case. Moving forward, working in animal protection as an ethical vegan, at one point, I worked for an animal protection organization called the League Against Cruel Sports, and I joined them in 2016. And the 17th of December 2016, I received an email. That's the beginning of the story. That email told me more or less, this is an email telling you that you have now been enrolled into the company pension fund. Because in the UK, like in many countries, when you work in an organization, you have to be auto-enrolled by your employer into a pension fund that the employer chooses. And then when you retire, all that money that you've been investing from your own salary will then to be able to use it in this private pension fund that the employer chooses. So there's a period of 3 months between you starting in a company and then receiving the pension fund. So that email was the end of my first 3 months working for the League, who I had worked before. I had worked with them 10 years prior, but now I rejoined them as the head of policy and research. So this email was predictable. I expected it, this email. But then I was surprised to see the title of the pension fund, because since I had worked with them before 10 years prior, I remember then they had a pension fund and they had the word ethical in the title. So, and this one didn't have the word ethical, it was a different pension fund, and I was suspicious. So I checked. As a vegan, you always check what everybody gives you. You don't accept it as such. You just go and check what is good for you, whether it has an animal product, whether it's ethical, okay. And I do that with pensions as well. Every time that somebody enrolled me into a pension fund, I check where the money of the pension fund is invested. Because they work like in this way. They take money from your salary, they keep it for a while before you getting older. They invest it in the things they want to invest it, and then they give you part of it when you get older. I wanted to know where they were investing it. And they were, I was shocked, I discovered they were investing them in the worst possible companies I could imagine. Pharmaceutical companies testing on animals, petrol companies producing CO2, tobacco companies making people addiction, the worst possible company. And this was an animal protection organization that had chosen this for me. So I complained. I went to my bosses, says, look, there's a problem here. What's going on here? They blamed previous management. They said, oh, I don't know how it happened. Don't worry, we're going to change it. It was fine. I was pleased to know, because of course there were vegan colleagues like me, that working like me, they were all equally shocked. And donors that might have given donation to this organization, they would not like to have any percentage of their donation ended up in vivisection organization and companies. So it was good that they were looking into it, but nothing was happening. Management kept changing, people kept coming in and out. Every time there was a new change, I had to re-explain it again. A month passed, 2, 5, 6 months, 1 year, nothing was changing. And eventually, I decided to change it myself, because if you don't like the pension fund that your boss or your company, your employer provided, you can always change it. As long as you have one, that's fine. So I decided to change it to one that had the word ethical, that didn't invest in any of those companies. And I told my colleagues, in the office, that if they want to change them to it, they don't want to wait forever, they could do it, and I tell them how to do it. And because of that communication, I was fired. I was fired for gross misconduct. And I thought, well, that's something very wrong here. I am just doing what an ethical vegan would do. I am just trying to help other vegans to find vegan solutions to problems. I try to find from all the options I have, the one that is more vegan friendly. There are pension funds that are better than others from a vegan point of view. I can choose them. Why can I tell my friends how to do this too? So I thought that's an unfair thing. I had no choice. I've been fired actually because I'm an ethical vegan. That's what happened. So I went to a lawyer and I said, look, I've been fired because I'm an ethical vegan. Am I protected? And the lawyer said, not quite. You could, but at the moment you're not, because you're not following a religious belief, which is automatically protected, but you're following just philosophical belief. But don't worry, because there is a way out of this. The Equality Act 2010, which is the equality law that protects or that defines what in America we call it protected classes. In the UK, we call it protected characteristics, like gender, racial, sexual orientation, marital status, or disability, all the things that are protected as classes or characteristics. Religious is one of them, but the Equality Act 2010 in the United Kingdom has added belief. It's a religion and belief. And he also specifically says there are two types of beliefs: religious belief, automatically protected, and philosophical beliefs that could be also protected, but there is a process to select which ones pass the test. So veganism had never been tested before. So I was the first one that I had to put the question, should ethical veganism in particular, meaning veganism following the official definition of the vegan society, not just somebody having a vegan diet, that's a dietary vegan. An ethical vegan is somebody that seeks to exclude all forms of animal exploitation and cruelty, which is the definition of veganism. So nobody had tried ethical veganism before, and I could be the first. But the process meant the judge had to look at a series of conditions that had to be fulfilled for my belief or that belief to be protected. So I had to go to a pre-hearing, a hearing before my actual discrimination hearing, in which I had to produce evidence. I produced more than 1,600 pages of evidence, and I had to convince the judge that it fulfilled all the conditions. And the judge said, and the judge Puzzle in Norwich Employment Tribunal in the 3rd of January 2020, the judge said, yes, it fulfills them all, overwhelmingly, each and every of them. And you are an ethical vegan, as you say, because I couldn't make it up, so I needed to prove that I'm an ethical vegan. And that was huge because nobody ever had done anything like that anywhere in the world. No jurisdiction gives veganism any sort of protection until that point. So the judge with the Equality Act says veganism is as protected as any religion or any other protected philosophical belief. No less, no more. And nobody had gave this recognition, this legal recognition to this belief that is important for us, but often many people laughed at us for believing it. It was so huge that the press of the world was very interested to know my story. Those that hated it and those that love it wanted to have my opinion. And last time I checked, there was more than 1,600 website articles talking about me in 67 different countries about this story. So it was a happy story at the end of this, the story number 2. Let's go to the next story. The next story is my book. Because what happened is because there was so much publicity, some person saw it, and the person was Hannah McDonald, that she's a publisher of a small publishing company called September Publishing. She approached me and said, look, you need to write a story about this. There's a book there. You need to write how you did it, this 2 years litigation that lasts for 2 years. And I said, fine, I would gladly write, but I also want to write about my life as a vegan, how I became a vegan, because I think that's interesting, and also about the history of veganism, the concept, the philosophy, the past, how it was created, because I think it's lacking. There are not books about these things. And she said, fine. So I said, excellent. So I produced then this book, Ethical Vegan, A Personal and Political Journey to Change the World. And I wrote it very fast because my case ended when the lockdown for the pandemic started. So I had nothing else to do than to write an average of 13 hours a day. And what it should have taken 2 years, it took just 3 months. It was published at the end of December, the same year that I finished my legal case. My legal case and in December was successful. The pre-hearing to tell me that veganism is indeed a protected belief, but then my full merits hearing to show that I had been discriminated. That was in March, and I was successful in that one too. So it was settled in my favor, and everything I asked was given to me. And the company said you had not done anything wrong with your communications. It was done because you were a vegan. It was compensated economically, all the good things. So basically, it was the first time there was this protection that had been confirmed. Was the first time that had been applied to a person like me, a vegan, and successful. So that was good. So and the book essentially is 3 stories. The 2 ones I already talked to you, but in extended form, the story of my life as a vegan and the story of my legal case, and then also the story of veganism. Trying kind of to answer 3 questions. One is the question, who am I? It's the story of my identity, me as an ethical vegan. Then this question of what is this? What is this world? What is it made of? It's made of creatures like me. I'm not special. There are other vegans like me. There are other animals. There are sentient beings. And it's also is this legal case that happened to me that started with my email. I wonder, what is this email about? But the third is about what should we do, which is ethics. What is the behavior we should be doing? And for me, very easy. Ahimsa, do no harm, is a very simple thing to do. A very simple behavioral tool. Every time anything you do, just be sure you're not harming anyone that could be harmed. And that's part of the history of veganism, because the history of veganism is the history of ahimsa. I think the modern concept of veganism is just the modern manifestation of the ancient concept of ahimsa. And I wrote many aspects of my book, but at the last chapter, the book has past, present, and future, because talk about the history is the past. I talk about the present, how I become an ethical vegan, but also how I manifest my veganism. What choices do I make? So to make it easy for a new vegan to choose what to choose, I just write it down. But also the future, how I imagine the vegan world would be and what we need to go and do to get to that vegan world. And so in the last chapter of the book, which is the the future is vegan. What I'll go is I go and check the trends, because I researched the past, the history. I was in a good position to see the trends. I see how the past and the present, and now I can see the trends, so I can imagine easier, because I haven't looked at the past that helped me, how we're gonna get to the vegan world, looking at the trends. Some of them will help, some of them hinder. And I just want to mention some, for instance, human population growth. This is obviously not good. There are more people out there. It's more difficult to become vegan because there's more people consuming animal products. Or flesh consumption, this is increasing, and still that's not a good trend. Climate change, well, it's not good for the climate, but it's actually good to make people become vegan, because it's making people aware of the reasons of climate change, and therefore perhaps they can become vegan because of environmental reasons. So that could be good as well. Pandemics, the same thing. People connecting pandemics and animal exploitation and animal agriculture will make them change, perhaps. Fake news or false news, that's bad, because we rely on the truth. And if there are more fake news, people will not care about what's true or not. How we can convince somebody that our facts are right and somebody else is wrong if people don't care about what's true or not? So there were all these different factors. And then I looked at it and I thought, well, altogether, I think there are more trends that are positive than trends that are negative. So I think we're going to get there. How long is another story, but we're going to get there, because although there are trends in all directions, I think there are more that push us towards the vegan world. And I end the book with a diagram. You can see a diagram, which is about the vegan world, how I imagine, how I visualize the vegan world. You can see it better here, in which there's a middle bit that says that's the vegan world where all people are vegan. And then around all the things we have achieved, no more pandemics, no more systemic carnism, and all the things around those things, there are smaller things that we need to achieve. So it was just a way for me to visualize that vegan world. And that was the end of the third story about my book. The next story is about my current profession. And that ends with begins with the end of that previous story. Because what happened is I had a book, and then people read the book, and people like the book, and people say, we want you to write things for us. Vegan organizations, animal protection organizations started to hire me as a freelance writer, and that's my current profession. I've been an animal protectionist all my life, but now essentially I'm a writer. I'm a writer on veganism issues and animal protection issues for different animal protection organizations and vegan organizations. I'm one of the main writers of Unchained TV, which is part of this event, and I'm so glad that I'm part of that team too, and of Vegan FDA, which is one of my main clients that I write a lot about different aspects of veganism. And while doing so, I wrote one article in the 18th of December 2021 titled The Rise of the Vegan Board Gamers. And the reason I wrote that is because I wanted to answer a question that was bothering me. The question was that being in London, which is one of the cities with more vegan-friendly cities in the world, there is a lot of things to do as a vegan. So you can meet many other vegans, do many social events. There are many clubs, vegan clubs of vegan people that go to theater, vegan people that go running. And I used to participate many before the pandemic. And one of them was about board games. Vegans just meeting to play board games. And I kind of like board games, although I'm not a gamer as a proper board game, but I just like them, some of them. So I used to go. And it was quite interesting to see that these meetings become more and more popular, more and more frequent, more and more people coming. And I was thinking, why is that happening? Others, they're not growing that much. Is there something between board gamers and vegans that really synergize each other in a way that makes them super compatible? Is there something happening with these two groups that they are connected, and therefore that the sum of both might actually generate something bigger, something some properties that we are not seeing just by looking at each other separately? I just wanted to answer this question, but I didn't know enough because I'm not proper board gamer. So I actually asked proper board gamers. I interviewed them for my article, and I interviewed Antonio Favata, Ian McDonald, Andrea Romeo, philosophy, some of them game designers, some of them organizers of these events. There's an event in London called Geek Extravaganza, like playing with the word extravaganza with the word vegan in the middle. Which is one of these. So I asked them question, do you think there's something there, a connection is there? And I concluded at the end of the article, yes, that there is something, because there are many things that connect, that make it possible. One is logistics. The fact that playing a game is often already vegan friendly. They are not vegan products in most games. They are just paper and plastic. So board games are easily to continue playing them. If you're vegan, you don't need to change much. Or the fact that there are so many vegan venues now in London, it's easy to meet and play in those ones. So logistically, it becomes easier to play. Also because vegans, we're still the minority of people. We still have this social problem that everywhere we go, we are just the minority. So we like to socialize with other vegans. And having things to do while you socialize, like playing games, that's a good thing. So having another excuse to meet with other vegans, that works. But there were more deeper things. For instance, some of the people I interviewed mentioned the geek culture, the people that like games. They often are people that go against the grain. They like challenges. And we vegans do the same thing. We go against the carnies wall. So that's something in common. Also, the tendency to like consistency and logic. We vegans have a very easy system. Don't consume animal products. And it's so easy for us. We don't have to be nuanced about it. We just reject them all. And that's simple. And we like that. And gamers, they like models of reality. And they like the simplification of reality through the game. So there is an affinity of logic and simplicity and consistency that we both groups have. There's also things about gamers being social pioneers that like to explore other worlds, alternative worlds. Well, we vegans do the same. We are starting to explore the vegan world. We also pioneers in we are not afraid of the common status quo and we challenge it. And that's part of the psychology of it. And some more deeper things is that we kind of vegans, we are returning back to nature in a way. Silas mentioned that because, yeah, we are essentially vegan creatures that for 1 million years or so, we experimented with meat eating, but still biologically and mentally, we're still frugivorous primates. And gaming is also said that is really a very primitive thing that we all do, all mammals do, it's not just a human thing. And playing games is really going back to our primitive gay person. The Homo lugens means player, the human player is a primitive human that started telling stories under the fire and playing games. So this going back to nature and reality, away from artifice, is something both groups can comment. So it seemed that there was connections between the worlds. So it could be that there's a race of the vegan board game. We're going to see more and doing more things and playing more important roles than we thought, not just two groups meeting, just perhaps by meeting, creating more interesting things. So that's the end of this story. Next story is about my view of board games, obviously connected to this one. Because at the end of the article, I also said that perhaps we can actually use games to get to the vegan world sooner, because we can use the games to test strategies. If we want to have the vegan world, it's not going to happen if we don't build it. It will have to be built by us, vegans and the rest of the people, but especially the vegans that we know and we are aware that we need to build the vegan world. So it's an action that we need to take, and we need to take it, and that might be doing different things, and how we know which one have to do first, prioritize, where and how, all that is a strategy. And so we need to be able to find out where we're going, to visualize that world, but then to test different strategies and not to waste wrong strategies in the real world and then failing and having to step back and then spend more time trying to get to the right vegan world with the right strategy. We can test them before actually applying them and see which ones work better than others. And board games can be used for that. Board games can be used to veganize the world. Veganize the world in the sense that the world is a carnivore world. Almost everything we do and we see is made by carnies, for carnies, trying to indoctrinate us into animal consumption. And that means board gaming is the same thing. And when we want to veganize the world, we want to replace carnivore things with vegan things. Cinema, theaters, novels, and games. Games, there are many carnivore games, so we want to create many vegan games. And we want to veganize the ones that already exist, change them, modify them to make them veganized. So we've done many of these things in these vegan groups I used to go. I myself have created a different version of chess, a vegan version of chess. I call it vegan chess, which the games not to kill the king, or the opponent king. The aim is to save the horses, the knights, I call them horses now. And so we just basically need to protect the horses from the other player. And if you manage to protect them completely so they can no longer be killed, then you won. And the rest of the pieces move exactly the same way. But just by tweaking 2 or 3 rules, you completely make it a vegan version of it. So that's kind of always been done. Design new games that are vegan, that send the vegan message. Because remember, games often are entertainment tools, but often have moral story. They are narratives that people use to tell stories. The famous Monopoly game wasn't as it is today. The idea, the creators, they didn't call it Monopoly game. They call it the landlord game. And it was a morality tale about how bad landlords are, how bad these capitalist people that exploit tenants, how terrible these are. It was subverted by the carnists and made it a game about winning and money and destroying your enemy. But that was not how it was designed. It was designed to actually expose this. And that we have to be aware, because we might create a vegan board game that is subverted and make it an exploitation board game. We have to design it in a way that is against that. But that means there is a function in gaming, in telling stories and telling moral stories for allowing people to learn. So this is one aspect of games, which I think are interesting. But the other one that I mentioned is we can use them to test strategies to build the vegan world. Because essentially, games of any sort, not just board games, they are very mammalian thing. They are essentially a method to learn about the world without having to pay a price. So if you're a growing mammal, you have been born, not quite developed yet. There's a lot of things you have to learn: how to fight, how to hunt, how to defend yourself. And if you fail while you're doing it, you might starve or you might be killed. So you better train yourself in games with your friends to find out how to move your body, how much you bite, and even the moral aspects of it. There are many ethologies like me that we consider that non-human animals are also moral agents. They also have the ability to know right and wrong. And Mark Bekoff is an ethologist that writes a lot about this. I interviewed him not long ago. And he studied play behavior in coyotes and other canids and wolves. And he saw the rules that when you play, there are rules. If you break the rules, you punish. Then you punish, you ask for forgiveness. And this is how you learn the morality of what's right and what's wrong in that society, because each group will have their own morality. You apply the rules in the games that you play. So we do that, the same thing with our games. So therefore, how does it work? Because first, the stakes are theoretical. You're not hurt, so you can see the bad consequences, but you can play it again. So that's how you can learn again. But also because it's a simplified version of the world. It's a model. You remove variables. The world is too complicated to just be able to understand how it works. So it's too much, it's overwhelming. You just need to simplify it, remove things that don't matter. And that's what designing a game is. In a board game, you remove a whole dimension. We only have 3 dimensions. You put it in a board, you just have 2. You got rid of a third of the world. So it becomes much simplified now. And the rules are more simpler. So you eliminate all the things that confuse you so you can play it and really learn, because otherwise you'll be overwhelmed and you would not learn. You would just be closing your eyes in despair. So that's what we can use. We can use the games to train yourself to build a game world, how it will look like. And if you fail, we play it again and test different strategies. So essentially, as a way of learning how to strategize, if you organize an organization yourself, you're leading an organization, you want to know these sort of things. So if you have a person of any position of power, any position of decision making, and you want to make a decision, you want to know that is the right one. So you want to test it before. So all of us, part of the vegan world, that we have the ability to veganize the world and to push it forward, we just need to test the best way to do it. And games can give us that. And as an example, I'm going to give you, that's the end of this story. The next one, the final one, is I actually tried that. I said, oh, okay, let's give it a go. Let's see whether I can design a game to create a vegan world. And I haven't designed it yet. I just thought about the idea of how I would go about designing it, which is I'm going to explain it to you, because it's all linked to the end of my book. You remember the end of my book? That was that diagram. That's already 2-dimensional. They already given me a part of it. So that's done. I can do it from this. Okay, let's have a board. You go. I have a board already. Well, this is not wasn't designed for a game, but it could be based about that. These could be the end of the game. Everybody is the vegan world. These are the first things we have to do. Then, for instance, we have to be able to achieve this, to be able to achieve that. So the condition to fill this one is to complete this one. So to get to there, we have to complete this. To get to complete this, we have to complete that. So there's an order there. And these are things, it doesn't matter what it says, because I could change it around and create more. But the idea is that you could perhaps have each player has some pieces. And in order to fulfill or to complete one of these objectives, I'll give you some example objectives. Exotic pet animal band, or veganism, veganic farming replaces organic farming. Zoos ban. These are specific things that have to happen to have the vegan world. But for instance, let's say that we use 5 pieces to finish this one. So you start having the choice of dice, because it has to be some random elements, some luck, because the world is like that. We are full of luck. So let's throw a dice. If it's 1, I can use 1 piece. I can choose which one I put it. If it's 2, then 2 pieces, whatever I want. If it's 3 pieces. Then if it's 4, let's have a pack of cards that tells you all the good trends, the good things that could happen that help us to move to the vegan world. So if it's 4, you take the card and tell you things such as vegans have reached 3.5% of the population at one point in all of them. So gradually we're much closer to the vegan world. Or if you have a 5, then you have the bad pile, the pile that pushes backwards. And then you take something and it says something terrible, such as 80% of the vegans, they stop being vegan because they like burgers too much. And then we just have to remove points. So create jeopardy, create things that help us, create things that don't help us based on the reality of the world. And perhaps you've got a 6, then you have both a positive and a negative, because sometimes things happen both negative and positive at the same time. And then if you do that and you put real people playing it, you might realize, and obviously you need to win within a particular amount of time. Basically, there's a number of turns that is the limit. If you haven't achieved the vegan world by that number, you fail. So you then realize that you need to cooperate. That has to be a cooperative game where we all the players together have to have each other to get on time to the center. And then you might learn that there are different ways to do it. We can just concentrate this easier area. You might say that some of the bubbles might be fulfilled with more points than others because they're more difficult than others. For instance, banning zoos is quite more difficult than banning circuses, for instance, because they're fewer. So let's have one requires 3 points, the other requires 5 points. So then, obviously, that means you could decide to go for the easy ones first as a tactic, or not, just go for a section, because the interesting thing, part of the rules could be that when you fulfill one bubble, that increases the chances that the adjacent ones will be fulfilled because they're all connected. So then you fulfill that, you add 1 point in the other. So you just see that they are relationship with the bubbles. They're not isolated. If they are sideways relationships, a goal that you really haven't worked, it actually help you. So if you ban something, for instance, hunting is banned in here, by it is zoo are banned. So a kind of connection there. And before the other side is wildlife trade is banned. It's all connected there. So obviously I ban one of these, this gets easier. And what's the center? Most pandemics averted because they all come from wildlife exploitations and zoos and things like that. So you suddenly see that there is a direction that is never linear. It's never one single direction. It has to come from all directions, but there's parallel and sideways connections. You start to understand the nature of the world. The nature of the vegan world had to be like that. And then you can test it in different ways with different players. And the reason I told you all my previous stories to this point is to tell you that this game is my game because of my life and my experience and my stories. You do yours, it's going to be different. Because I created that game because I was born in Catalonia. And for me, I knew that the world could be changed because it was so bad that it could be changed. So for me, created that radical game where everybody's vegan is very doable. For somebody that's been born in an easy place, they might think, oh, that's impossible. Let's do a reductionist game where you just reduce suffering as opposed to abolish. I'm not that kind of guy. I've seen how you can change from terrible to better. So I can do it this way. Or because I work in animal protection in many different subjects, that's why I put them there, because I know they're all important. While somebody that only works in veganism might make all this game about food and only food. So each of us will be able to create a game which is not necessarily better than anybody else. That means we can test them all. We can play somebody else's game. And then if we start to compare them, we can start to see, okay, there's something in common in all these games. They are different in these aspects, but they're common in these ones. And then we might actually find and design the ultimate vegan game, which is compatible with all the visions of the vegan world for all the vegans. They will be very diverse, but if we keep doing this, we actually might start to simplify the games itself. So the same process of creating a game is a simplification of the world. We may create an ultimate vegan game, which is a simplification of all the vegan games out there. And it could just go to the point that the vegan game becomes a thing. So there, I don't know, you know, there's an organization called, an award is called the Sambia Award. Somebody mentioned this the other day. Sambia Awards are awards to games that are no longer colonialist, because there's so many games that are about colonies that somebody decided, okay, we have to incentivize people to design games that are not about colonies, actually opposite, anti-colonial. And the best ones, we're going to give them an award. So I imagine there could be in the future the Ahimsa Award for the best vegan games. So there could be something that might actually be useful, not just for entertainment purposes, but to send the vegan message in a more effective way and to learn how to build the vegan world by visualizing, not just visualizing how it looks like, visualizing how we play it, how we interact with other human beings. Board games have a simulation like video games, but one thing board games have the video games don't have, or don't have less, is that in board games you're facing another human in a table. So we are not simulating human psychology. We're playing with 100% flaw human beings. So when we have a perfect system in a computer, it might work, but we put it with human beings, it might not work. With the board games, we can even test that. We can put flaw human beings against each other and recognize we are too selfish to play that tactic. We actually have to incentivize you in some way to play it. So these are all my visions about playing games. But in the end, we all playing stories, giving stories and playing games. Playing is learning, learning is producing and progressing is building. And so if we want to build the vegan world, we have to play to build the vegan world. So this is it. So time for questions that anybody want to ask me.
Hi, Jordi. Thank you very much for a lovely presentation. BJ, if it's all right, I have a couple of recorded questions.
Yes, go ahead, and then we'll take some on the screen.
Okay, great. Ray asked, could your philosophical beliefs as a zoologist protect your compassionate action on behalf of animals?
My philosophical belief as an ethical vegan is what was protected. The zoology is my degree. I was a scientist, but the philosophical belief in veganism is obviously a belief that covers every aspect of veganism, and veganism being this philosophy that eventually ends in wanting to live in that vegan world I just described. But as an action means that you try to exclude in this world, which is not the vegan world, try to exclude as much as you can all possible forms of exploitation of animals and cruelty to animals. In the vegan world, you don't need to be vegan anymore because everybody is already vegan, so there is no longer exploitation. It's not part of the rules. That's the advantages of games like that. You play the games in a carnage world where things are against you, but when you win the game, this is actually a sustainable game. It's not a finite game, because when you win the game plays itself forever, because the vegan world stays forever, because there's nobody breaking the bubbles anymore, and all the bubbles are maintained in that position. So yeah, the protection was essentially for my vegan, and not just me, everybody else that share my veganism, and that means any other ethical vegan, because I didn't invent a version of veganism. I said my veganism is the normal veganism. I follow the official definition of the vegan society. So the judge said everybody else that follows that definition too will be equally protected. So that's why it became a significant thing, because all vegans became automatically protected.
That's great. We have one more question from Dariada. What do you believe is more important, individual animals or whole species? And she gave an example when there is a conflict between the two, for example, experimenting on a few to help the entire species.
That's just so easy to answer. Individual animals, 100%, because species don't exist. Individual animals exist, species don't exist. A species is a classification system that we zoologists create to find out, to tell when we talk to each other. So they're all classifications, they're arbitrary. We say sometimes that the species is a group of individuals that can interbreed, but then we create all sort of exceptions. Oh, these should not be in different species, but they are, so still a convention. So species is as a group of individuals that we use them for classifying, then genus are a group of species, families, group of genus, etc. They are classification systems. What is real out there are the individuals. So that's why if you are conservationist, you should be a compassionate conservationist. And a compassionate conservationist is a conservationist that doesn't care about species as much as cares about the individuals.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank
BJ?
you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. And I see Nancy is on here with the question. I want to say that your enthusiasm for games has moved me into now I want to play. And I think some people will want to know how to get how to do that chess that you talked about. I want to play chess.
Well, just on that chess thing, the rules are in the article I wrote. So in the article link, yeah, I put it in the chat, so you can just find the rules there.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Okay, Nancy, go ahead with your question, and I'll unmute you.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh my God, that's so exciting and so creative. It's stimulating all kinds of ideas. One, I have like two kind of parts to my question. One is there's a scientist, a biologist named Rupert Sheldrake. I don't know if anyone's heard of him, but he has a whole theory about fields of energy and the remembrance. So like even like taking a test in one part of the world, the people taking it after that, there's already that it's already in the mind, and somehow the people going after do better because it's the answers have already been figured out in the mind. So just your engagement with that and the possibility of all of us making board games and stimulating all this thought. So I guess my question would be like, what do you think about that? And then my second question, which is
well, let me answer this one, and you can ask the question.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll forget. So
Good.
I think it's an interesting proposition. We all connected. We all know that. But how we are connected, that's the mystery. People might say telepathically. Now, as a biologist myself, I'm not that inclined to believe supernatural beliefs because I don't need them. Everything that I see in nature really is sufficient for me to understand how things work, including what you just said, because we are connected with our past. So we all are descendants of somebody that was the same. And that connection is genetic. We carry it with us. So a mosquito and I, we had a common ancestor at one point. And we share the same genes. Some of the genes are identical. Of course, we're going to do and look at the world similarly because we are family. So we connected by descent. All humans, recently, we just went all the sons of a couple of people. Imagine if mosquitoes were connected with us. Humans obviously were just really close family members. Of course, that what any human does is going to be connected with any human does in the other part of the planet. So if I play a game today here, that's a combination of all the genes I have with me, plus all the experience of my growing up, plus all the things I've seen on TV. Of course, and somebody on the other side of the world probably have many of the same genes I have. We live in the same world and see the same things on TV. And and it's the right time. So of course, we're going to be ended doing the same thing. So that's my answer.
Beautiful. Thank you. That's so moving and instructive. So the second question is just about, just to put out the idea of, yes, luck and, but also I was wondering, yeah, maybe if it could be like somehow made cooperative in answering questions about veganism, about animals, about authors who've written books like yours, like the whole philosophical, spiritual, the whole like Christspiracy is coming at, the whole thing about that history that we all share, that it could be that kind of jeopardy thing where we all cooperated to get there within a certain amount of time or something like that.
Yeah, in fact, what I know is that, and I wrote about this in my book, that I feel ahimsa, which is the old way of saying veganism, ahimsa is biological. I don't think it's just cultural, that the Jains started to use this in Sanskrit times, and Pythagoras used another concept, but was the same idea, another word, and the Taoists, the same thing. It can happen spontaneously in different parts of the world. But I think it happens spontaneously because it's in our genes. So because I see ahimsa in animal behavior, being an ethologist, I see animals behaving, I see it all the time. They have a very clear to me way of understanding do no harm. You go to a park and you see a pigeon, the first thing that the pigeon will do is will step away from you because it doesn't want to harm you, or you don't want to harm him. So I completely understand this logic of doing no harm is actually better than going and attack you. So this is such a common base thing, this doing no harm. So this is a fundamental biological thing that we all have, that then become a concept, and then become a philosophy, and then become a part of religions like Jainism and Buddhism. And then you got secularized and become the vegan society in 1944. But it's still the same thing. It's still the same concept of doing no harm. And when you look and analyze strategies, and there's something called game theory that analyze how people that plays games, which strategies should work, and which are really more likely to succeed than others. So when you start to apply to group of people, so these options of cooperate with each other or fight with each other, be selfish or be altruist, people are looked into this, have realized that when you test people, the cooperative strategies tend to win. So people are inclined to choose cooperation. We think Carney's education had told us otherwise, have told us we humans are selfish, everything we do is, when you look at data, is actually the opposite. We have a tendency to cooperate. We are social species, and we just forced to be selfish by a society system, a capitalist system that is not real. It's just there to benefit a few people, and they tell you, well, that's the way it is, but it's not the way it is. So we put us there without that capitalist society. We spontaneously will be more cooperative. And that's why we have genes in chromosomes. So our genes are in cells, and our cells have a genus, sorry, have a center, nucleus that has all the genes together in a chromosome. Well, they're all together. They could be all separate, trying to replicate each other and fight against each other, because evolution at one point says, well, it's better we just reproduce together. Let's put together all of us in a chromosome. And then the cell said, well, why don't we put several cells together rather than fighting each other? Let's create multicellular organisms. And they said, well, why don't we create societies with multicellular organisms with many cells that have many chromosomes, that have many genes? You see, all that is a force in nature that tells you cooperate works. Selfishness is also there. There's a force in nature that tells you competition, all those forces exist. But in my view, when you give time, and that's what evolution is, give time, the cooperation wins. So that's why I think the vegan world is inevitable. I am certain it will happen. That's not the point. The point is, will it happen soon enough? So we are not killing too many animals in the process and ourselves. So we should accelerate the process. But if we didn't do anything, I'm sure it would get there, but in many generations ahead. We want to do it the sooner we can.
Thank you so much. Great, Nancy, for bringing that out. I see that Ray is on here.
Hey, Jordy, a great presentation so far. And I want to remind everybody that we're going to be continuing the conversation the next hour in a panel discussion on what do the games we play say about the future we want. And we can get a little bit started here because you talk about board games. And we're going to have Patrick Baboumian on talking about the video game that he's developing and compare with a few other online games. This digital space, you're talking about analog board games. Is there an advantage to embracing things that are analog, that are unplugged, that are face-to-face, that are across a table? How do we compare?
Yeah, I think the advantages were said earlier. You can test human psychology better. You can, through both games in computer games and board games, try to reproduce or model reality. They are models of reality, sometimes a complete reality, a different aspect of reality. But the video game has advanced through the history of the video game to make that reality more and more similar to the actual reality. So it becomes a process of simulation almost. It's no longer modeling. It's becoming a simulation, while the board games remain modeling. They haven't advanced to the point that you're thinking, oh, I am actually this little piece in this board. You know all the time that you're just playing it. While in the game, you can get lost into it. Like a movie is the same thing. A movie is many movies are just games in which you identify with the main character. So that's the player of the game. And then you just that plays the proxy of you as a gamer. So you can see watching a movie being taken into a game that is played by you identifying with the character and choosing as you would choose if you were that character. So when you play an actual video game, you really make all the choices yourself. So that's 100% simulation. So you gain the ability to experience something, but you lose because it becomes too complex again. You lose the ability to learn in the simple lessons. You just learn more, you behave, what to do, but it's more difficult to have a bigger learning perspective of a moral story than a board game. Still, you can do it, but a board game gives you more perspective because you look at it from a longer distance. You're less involved physically, you're more observing it, and therefore you are in a receptive way to understand big moral narrative stories. While in the video game, it's more subliminal. The story gets to you subliminal. What you kind of learn is to negotiate obstacles in a very similar way that you do in real life. So I think they're complementary because you need both. And mammals, they learn both things. They learn the moral thing, abstract moral things by playing, but they also learn how to bite, how to run, how to chase an object that moves away from them. These are physical, real training things that they need to try. And they learn both. So I think the combination of both means some are good for other things, but we need them both to learn.
Great. I thought of like 3 more questions, but we'll be joining that panel in a few minutes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ray, and thank you so much, Jordy. I see we have time to move in and get ready for that next panel. So everybody, I know you're applauding here, and Thank you so much. There are some questions that didn't get answered. It looked like Danny may have had some more, but it is time for our next one to get ready. So, okay.
Our recording and our live stream continues, so as we can chat a little bit for the next 3 minutes. How about Patrick's presentation yesterday? He's ticking all the boxes for us. The stories we tell and the games we play, and his story is amazing, with so many different chapters and distinct chapters. Your mic working, Patrick?
Now he can unmute. Sorry. And I need to do that with Ethan also.
Okay, so let's see. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So are we just are we in a separate room right now, or are we still inside of the stream?
Yeah, we're still in the Zoom stream. And
okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to use this kind of silence that we have right now to just say that it was really awesome to hear Jordy's story. Jordy, thank you for sharing that. It was I didn't know your story. This is the first time that I hear about it, and it's absolutely awesome. So I was really inspired.
You don't know this, but I met you. I bought one of your T-shirts when you were in London once.
Oh, see, that's awesome.
And I have your T-shirts.
Awesome stuff. Yeah.
Speaking of T-shirts, I should just clarify that this is Anti-Carnist Club, not Anti-Carnist Club or anything
right.
disturbing. It's a reference to Stranger Things and the Dungeon Master on that TV show. I also have Patrick's graphic novel, Earthraiser.
Mm.
Your merch is available to anybody who's listening?
My stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can just put a link to my online store into the chat.
Also, you may want to realize that once this is cut and turned into a video, you know, it will be at the end. You may want to say some things at the end.
Yeah, feel free to plug it at the end as well.
Okay, awesome. It's actually, I probably don't even need to post it because it's very easy to remember. It's veganbadass.com.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put it into the chat right now.
And also, we're at the top of the hour. So, Ray, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Welcome to this panel where we'll be discussing what do the games we play say about the future we want. I'll be the moderator. I'm Ray Kowalczyk, a certified climate healer and a co-organizer of VCOP. I used to edit television. I recently edited the documentary The Land of Ahimsa. Many of you know my wife, Kelly Kerr, the Vegan Abler on Facebook. She's a food healer and is facilitating the expansion of Go Dharmic into North America. Her boss, Hanneman Das, gave a presentation yesterday. And she's here today, but not on the panel. But our son, Ethan, is. He's has a degree in video game development. Video Game University, it's a thing now. It must be a sign of our times. The three of us together are starting a nonprofit to develop and promote nonviolent gaming that we call Play Nice Games. Isn't that what our mothers told us? Play nice. So we're passionate about the subject of vegan gaming, whether as a tool for outreach or simply because vegans deserve games too. Let me quickly introduce our panelists. what panel on vegan gaming would be complete without the game changer himself, Patrick Baboumian? He's been a world record holder and winner of the strongman competitions, but you may know him as the worst parking valet ever. A moment in Game Changers when he overturned a car with his bare hands. That was one of the most memorable moments in that documentary. So if anybody hasn't seen that, check it out on Netflix. The vegan community is quickly discovering that Patrick is also a game dev. He's developing an action video game featuring activists freeing animals from their exploitation in fur farms and science labs. We hope that those attending VCOP saw his presentation yesterday. If not, we have a recording of that session and this one up on Climate Healer's YouTube channel in the nearly in the future. Our other panelist, Jordi Casamajana, has just finished with his own presentation minutes ago and has agreed to stick around and talk more about his research into the overlap between gaming culture and vegan culture. What features do they have in common? And what might we expect from the hybrid of vegan gaming communities? Now, do vegans play nice games? Spoiler, I already know that we don't always do that. I don't always play nice when I plug into the fantasy world and watch a lot of violence on TV and in movies. But while play nice games does critique the violence in video games, it's less about it being a missed opportunity to practice something meaningful and condition ourselves to that kind of thinking that will mature our culture and climb out of some of the holes that humanity has dug ourselves into. Now, I've made some short videos that I'd like to play. First, it's sort of a music video with a few segments exploring how the games people play can exercise our stance on environmentalism, social justice, economics, and compassion for animals. And that'll prime us, and we'll have plenty for our panelists to talk about. And let me get that set up right now.
Ray, we saw some great boxes.
Oh, did you had audio as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was audio and there were great boxes.
It just stopped at a moment. Apparently, looked like memory issue or something, but it appeared. It's now on again.
Playing the wrong video.
Roughly a third of the people in the world are gamers, so a climate change video game could have a big impact. That's the idea behind Earth Games, a University of Washington lab designing games about climate and environmental science. Students have created games explaining the physics behind the greenhouse effect, or how soot is making the Arctic warm even faster.
We wanted to illustrate to the player what life could have potentially looked like if the ozone layer no longer existed. It's important that the younger generation realise they can make a difference, even if some of these environmental issues seem insurmountable. The story is not over. It's important that we remain vigilant.
Sim Earth was released in 1990 by climate scientist James Lovelock and designer Will Wright. Players create a fictional Earth, complete with geology, weather, climate systems, and even life forms. Your design choices have immediate, evidence-based impacts on how your planet functions. It was essentially a climate model in the form of a game, complete with a 200-page science manual.
Games for Change is the largest global community for people who want to use games and immersive media to make the world a better place. Every year, our growing community comes together in July for our flagship event, the Games for Change Festival held in New York City. This year's program also features the first of its kind Games and Sustainable Development Goals Summit held at the United Nations.
Daybreak is a cooperative board game about stopping climate change. You and your friends will explore a hopeful near future where you get to build the mind-blowing technologies and resilient societies we need to save the planet. Work together to reach zero emissions before you hit 2 degrees of warming or put too many of your communities in crisis.
Infinite possibilities open up to you when you imagine your life as an open-world video game, something you play for the joy and the love of it. With one simple shift in thinking, you can completely change the experience of your life. The world becomes your game map, and wherever you decide to go, whatever challenges you're facing now, you can choose to approach it with a sense of play.
I'm a game designer. I've been making games online now for 10 years, and my goal for the next decade is to try to make it as easy to save the world in real life as it is to save the world in online games. Right now, we spend 3 billion hours a week playing online games. Some of you might be thinking, that's a lot of time to spend playing games, maybe too much time, considering how many urgent problems we have to solve in the real world. But actually, according to my research at the Institute for the Future, it's actually the opposite is true. 3 billion hours a week is not nearly enough gameplay to solve the world's most urgent problems. In fact, I believe that if we want to survive the next century on this planet, we need to increase that total dramatically. I've calculated the total we need at 21 billion hours of gameplay every week. So that's probably a bit of a counterintuitive idea, so I'll say it again, let it sink in. If we want to solve problems like hunger, poverty, climate change, global conflict, obesity, I believe that we need to aspire to play games online for at least 21 billion hours a week by the end of the next decade. No, I'm serious. I am. So we know one of the biggest problems we have in environmental sustainability is the consumption of meat. How about the Stanford research project, the cow simulator? You crawl around on the floor, and it's this really immersive world where you are a cow. And they found that people who did this for a couple minutes ate 25% less meat in the next week. Interesting, okay, because maybe you have empathy for the cow because you've done this simulator. This is where we get a little, I don't know, is this dystopian or utopian? You decide, depends on how much you like your cheeseburger, I guess. You are going to be playing a game, eating food out of your 3D printer that is not meat. Maybe it tastes good because you've got an Oculus Rift telling you that you're eating this amazing food, and it'll have a lower carbon impact because it's just the stuff you printed out from your computer.
This story about Monopoly, a game about capitalism that was created to teach people about something completely different.
The dynamics written into the rules of this game were never intended to be the rules. It should come with a health warning like a packet of cigarettes. You are playing a twisted version of this game.
It was supposed to be a critique of capitalism, but it turned out to be a celebration of it.
It's a cutthroat game. I only win when you lose.
And so it's a story that teaches us, compete, acquire, be ruthless, and you will go on to conquer the world. It's Monopoly through and through.
In the game, Animal Crossing, there's this owl. His name is Blathers. He runs a museum, and you can catch different fish and different bugs, and you can donate those animals to the museum, and he'll put them on display and tell you like a bunch of facts about them. PETA's made a TikTok protesting Blathers and his museum. Blathers encourages villagers to take fish out of their natural habitats so he can trap them in tiny tanks. Cancelled. PETA's vegan guide to Animal Crossing New Horizons. This vegan guide to it will help answer some of the tough ethical questions that it presents and give you the opportunity to help real animals while living your island life. Is fishing in Animal Crossing vegan? Sure, unlike in real life, the fish in the game don't feel pain, but fishing is harmful to animals and the planet. This is your island, and it's your job to protect it. Tearing the wildlife right out of their ocean homes so that you can, quote, donate them to Blathers for museum exhibits is not only cruel, but also bad for the environment. It's disappointing that a game in which villagers from all different species coexist harmoniously with humans encourages abusive behavior towards fish and insects. Instead of being recognized as the living, breathing, feeling individuals they are, they're presented as forms of entertainment for other villagers. Your island should be a safe space for all animals, big and small. Do clams feel pain? They also say what you can and can't wear, what you're allowed to eat and what you're not allowed to eat in the game. Is Isabel vegan?
Is PETA against Animal Crossing New Horizons? PETA hopes the game will encourage people to feel closer to the animals we share our planet with and inspire them to work to end speciesism, the misguided belief that humans are superior to all other animal species and that it's okay for us to exploit some species in horrible ways for our own trivial purposes.
Amidst a world of serene, natural beauty, a story of innocence caught in a dreadful trap unfolds. Uncaged Total Liberation presents its preview. These images offer a glimpse into a meticulously crafted level design, showcasing playable environments that reflect our ongoing progress with the playable demo that we will release later this year. In Uncaged, you'll find yourself joining the Earth Raisers, a group of undercover activists devoted to combating animal cruelty. Operating from the shadows, they work selflessly, nameless and unsung heroes. Their mission? To put an end to the exploitation of animals driven by human greed. Prepare to venture into establishments where animals suffer, shedding light into the cruelty that transpires there. The decisions you make hold tremendous weight. Exercise caution and thoughtful judgment as you navigate the world of Uncaged. Stay tuned and subscribe to our upcoming campaign. Get a chance to win a remarkable fan package.
Of course, we ended with the trailer for Patrick's video game. We've got another little clip, a little treat to see some progress that's been happening with this game. But Patrick presented yesterday and told his story, and now it's an opportunity to talk a little bit more about his game. Patrick, what would you like to say about Uncaged Total Liberation?
Yeah, so the clip that we just saw is I think was the first trailer that I released at all, so that's a very early clip. To break it down, I think the shortest way to explain what Uncaged is meant to be is that it really started with the idea that I was thinking about how you would use the medium of gaming the most effective way, basically, to convey the idea of animal rights and to kind of inspire compassion. And it came down to me realizing that I think the most powerful weapon that we have as a movement in opening people's minds is really the truth itself. so to say, to say it very abstractly, if we could show the people that need to see the truth what is actually happening to animals, so that they can be, made into the products that they consume. Most people, I mean, not everybody, but almost everybody would probably at least do everything they can to stop their consumption, because they would if they are confronted with the reality of the animal itself that is exploited, that is a very harsh thing to see, and that actually exists in the world. So what direct action activists who go actually into the facilities and take video footage of what's happening, in animal agriculture, or in the fur industry, or all these places where we exploit animals. They're taking the video footage and they're publishing it. The problem that I think and that I'm trying to solve with the game is, because these videos are so gruesome, and really, to me, they're heartbreaking. So even I, as an activist, I avoid, if I can, to watch those videos, because I know that if I watch them, they really, while I think they're really, really important and the most powerful means of communication that we have, at the same time, when I watch something like that, it really leaves me completely powerless, because I have to sit down passively watching something terrible happening right in front of my eyes. And I cannot do anything for the animal that I watch that is being treated badly. So while you can go vegan after watching that video, and you can change your own behavior, while you're watching it, let's say you see a cow that is being hit or being treated terribly, you cannot really do, or being slaughtered and killed, you cannot really do anything for that individual animal. And I found it very powerful what Jordi actually said about concepts that we as humans have come up with, like a species and other categories, basically, that we have invented, against the actual real analog reality that is there, which is the individual. So when you watch an individual being put through that terrible ordeal, while you can try to change your behavior, you cannot save that individual. So I thought, how can I take what is powerful about the video and turn and just take away basically that problem that you're sitting there passively watching it. And then I realized, well, a video game could do exactly that. So instead of watching the video, I would create a simulation of that reality. But now you're in the game. Now you can actually, and the idea is basically you play an animal rights activist. You go into the facilities, and that again comes down to me thinking, the people who actually try to, who don't really confront that reality, and because they want to continue consuming animal products, if you could just take their hand and force them to go with you into a factory farming facility, and force them to actually watch what's happening there, I think that would heal pretty much like 99% of them. But obviously you cannot do that. Obviously we live in a society that would forbid doing something like that. But then I thought, if I make it really appealing, and I make a game that is, that people gravitate towards because it is fun, and that is really what's important here. It can't only be made with the intent in mind to change people's minds. It has to be fun. It has to still be a game. But if I could get that, if I could get just that right mix, so that people would play it, and I wouldn't have to force them to go into the facility, because now it is their mission in the game to go into the facility, and it's actually fun, and they are playing the hero. And this is, I think, the most important part. So if you as a non-vegan watch those videos, they make you feel terrible, because you feel ashamed, because you know that even those who who will pretend that they don't care, deep inside they know that they're what's causing the terrible things that they're seeing. So they will feel bad, and it's going to be an attack on their self-image. So I thought, if I have someone play a non-vegan play the hero in the game, and it's them who goes into the facility and actually does something about the terrible stuff happening there, actually rescues the animals, I could completely 180% basically turn around the psychology of what is happening when you watch those videos. So instead of feeling ashamed, they will feel proud, because they're actually, you know, it's their mission to save the animals, and they save the animals. And if it's really realistic, it's there's going to be a chance that they actually make the connection, and so they get the same information, they get the same input that they would get with the video, but in a way that actually makes them feel better about themselves. And instead of shaming them into changing their behavior, the idea is that it would inspire them to change their behavior, because in the game they are already the hero. Now they just have to make the connection, and outside of the game become the hero. So when I realized all of that, I actually realized that if I could build something like that, that would be the most powerful tool I think that we could have basically as activists to convey what we already know to those who still kind of don't see that reality. So and when I realized that, I basically realized that that was much more important than anything I had ever done before. So that's how I became from, you know, the guy who flips cars and kind of moves big weights around, to the guy who is now for 3 years trying to make that game, because I think if I get it right, it's going to be a really powerful tool for us as a movement. And that's Uncage.
Thanks, Patrick. That's amazing. I see lots of clapping going on in the audience. Let's get our panelists involved here. Jordy, vegans are not just compassionate, but they're passionate. Does that make us more inclined to fanaticism and nerd culture? Is this some of the things that you've observed in your article about how there's vegan communities and board gamer communities, and an interesting synergy once you get them together?
Yes, I think it has to do more with the logic and consistency. For us vegans, at one point when we decided to be vegan, we did it because we wanted to be consistent. Essentially, we saw our behavior was not was in conflict with what we should be doing, and we just were repeating what our parents and other people tell us to do. And that was creating an effect that we didn't like. We didn't want to be connected. And in order to distance ourselves from that, we had to change our behavior. Otherwise, would that be by inconsistent? And I think that means because we have a quite clear understanding of right and wrong. Our ethic brain is very intact and is being able to function. And we were born with it, and we apply it. And we are shocked when we see other people looking at exactly the same thing we see, and they don't change as we did. And I think board gamers have that too, have a brain with a very kind of intact ethical element, which means very well developed to play with rules and understand what when you cheat is bad, when you gain is good, when you lose. All these sort of things in other people that are not gamers might be more gray areas. The difference between right and wrong, although we think is universal, many people see them gray, and they just, if you ask them, write 10 things that are completely wrong, they might just be reluctant to do so. You ask a gamer or ask a vegan, they probably give you a 20-page list with very precise information. And I think this has something to do with our brain architecture. And there are some that might be neurodivergent, and that makes it even easier to have a right or wrong perception. So neurodiversity sometimes has that positive element of creating, exploiting the part of the brain of right and wrong in a much more better way than the neurotypical people might use. Others, they don't have to go that far, they just have that part of the brain more active. So I do think that there is a connection there, but doesn't mean that you are not a gamer or you won't be vegan or the other way around. It just means it's easier, it's more organic, it's less of an effort, it comes more natural.
There's like the vegan community, obviously we want to make our own rule book, right? We kind of fight over the rules. Right. Board games come with a little booklet that you usually you fold it open. Ethan is a dungeon master. Ethan, how big are the rules in Dungeons and Dragons? We're not talking about a little booklet anymore, are we?
Yeah. The main rule book is already pretty big. There's the player's handbook, then there's the Dungeon Master's guide, and then there's an entire probably 3 books just full of monsters themselves. Not to mention all the other additional rules. It's not one little booklet like you might get on how to play Monopoly, like we talked about before. And even that game's fairly complicated for a board game. They could get a lot simpler than that. Yeah, Dungeons and Dragons
Distribution of expenditure is heavily on the Dungeon Master. It's pretty easy to get started as a player, but the Dungeon Master, for anybody that doesn't play Dungeons and Dragons, is in control of the game, and they kind of are the narrator, and they role play all the other roles other than the ones that the other players are role playing themselves. So, swords and sorcery, you're playing different characters based on fantasy. So you have created a game that is based in a swords and sorcery, very violent kind of environment, but you're trying to infuse a bit of veganism into it. How does vegan Dungeons and Dragons work?
Yeah, so for what we created, trying to veganize Dungeons and Dragons is hard because, like you said, it's set in a very violent world, because the traditional way to play D&D is you go into this cave, kill some goblins or whatever, take their gold, get experience points, and level up. That's how the game was originally intended to be played, but that was 50 years ago, and things have changed, and we are trying to change that to become more inclusive, more varied in gameplay, put more emphasis on the role-playing aspect, because D&D originally came from just a military simulation board game, and the role-playing aspect is what made it different, and people still nowadays kind of treat it like it's a combat simulator, and we were trying to change that. For example, in the Forgotten Realms, which is the world that modern D&D is set in, we created a movement, this underground vegan movement called the Convergence. I'll let you decide if there's any correlation to that.
The Convergence, that's interesting. We played the very first session of vegan D&D 1 year ago at VCOP online, and so VCOP stands for Vegan Convergence of the People, and the underground movement in this Dungeons and Dragons Forgotten Realms, which is we're building it into the culture of vegan gamers, the vegan Dungeons and Dragons gamers. So we're going right into their territory and bringing our veganism with them to a medieval setting. It seems like a strange place to introduce veganism, considering our own history of our own medieval times was not very palatable or compatible with activism. But the element that makes it different is magic. Magic is something that you can define however you want, and we're going to use elements of magic to replicate an environment in which people can express their love for animals and desire to liberate them. So Jordy had mentioned that video games are getting to the point where the designer of the video game is the dungeon master, whose imagination is now, there's so many powerful tools to be able to tell stories through video games, and I have to say, it's an industry that's kind of a sleeper. Nobody really gets a handle on how big this industry is, but they make more revenue than all of the film industry and all of the music industry combined. And yet we don't seem to see any activism in this space until now. Patrick's got animal liberation right in a video game, and I think it's really going to be popular. I've got that second clip. Do you want me to show a little bit of the gameplay that?
Yeah, so I can maybe say something before you show it. So the game started with me trying to put together a demo, because obviously to actually develop the game you need some funds, because you have to pay people to. I mean, right now I'm developing mostly myself. I have a team of volunteers who help me with different things, but when it comes to the actual game design, it's just me. So obviously at some point I don't want to be alone. I want to be able to actually hire people. So I'm trying to put together a demo that I can then show potential supporters, so that I can get the funding to actually hire a team. And in order to do that, what you usually do is you put together something called the V-slice, which is basically short for vertical slice, which is a demo of, it comes from software development, can be used in there, but in games it would be basically a demo that shows all important aspects of the game, so that you get a good idea what the finished game is going to look like. So right now I'm trying to put that together, and the idea was to do that in a most mass compatible way possible. So I started with a topic that is very kind of that there's a lot of consensus that it's wrong, and it's basically you are an activist and you go into a fur farm and you're freeing foxes from the fur farm. But obviously in the game it's supposed, and the strategy in the game is going to be that you start with things like that, but as the game progresses you go more and more towards the things that are not as where's not that much consensus, which obviously are the things that are near and dear to our hearts as vegans, which is the animal agriculture, it's the meat industry, it's the dairy industry. And the second clip is going to basically show the second demo level that I'm working on, which is a huge facility. It's basically a cattle factory farming facility. And the level is based on something that I've seen in 2015 when I was in the States, and I was driving from Los Angeles to San Francisco. And on the right side of the highway, I saw for the first time in my life a North American, one of those huge facilities, and that was the first time that I've seen basically tens of thousands of cows in a facility where they're industrially being exploited. And we do have that obviously in Europe as well, but I've never seen it on that scale in real life. And this level is basically like a mini version of that that I tried to put together, inspired by that horrific thing that I saw. So yeah, and it shows the activists going near the facility and then releasing a drone, because the idea is that you have different tools with which you can basically document what you see. So there's basically different objectives that you have, like in real life. An activist might go into a facility and just take video footage, or they might actually free animals, or maybe do something else. And in the game, you can also, for instance, deploy a drone, fly into the facility and take actually video footage, and that's what we're going to see.
Yes, great. While we're showing this video, if anybody's got questions, put them in the chat. We'll have a short Q&A.
Liquid manure container detected. Water hazard class WGK2. Animal agriculture manure. A primary source of nitrogen and phosphorus to surface and groundwater. Gathering data, video evidence, and geolocation coordinates. Ready for upload in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Upload complete.
Talk about art imitating life. That's very familiar scenery that vegans, especially people who watch documentaries, are familiar with. And I've made documentaries. I'm looking for that footage of flying over the CAFOs to really show what animal agriculture is really like. And I think it's exciting that you mentioned that the accessibility of this game, and I think people are going to, their guard there is down. They don't expect there to be anything to do with teaching them anything while they're playing an adventure game. We know that there's educational games, but this doesn't look like an educational game. But the education is coming.
Yeah, that's the exact idea. So it's really important to have the game hit that balance of, it still has to be attractive as a game itself, because I mean, you're not going to get the non-vegan player to play it just because it has a great message. They're going to play it because it's a really fun game, and some of their friends might have told them that it's a really fun game. So you have to really be measured with, how much of the truth you put into it. But I think there is still, because gaming has come so far with how well it can actually simulate reality, there is a huge plethora of tools that you can use to make the game be. I mean, the main strategy is there is already a whole genre of games out there that is, when it comes to the mechanics, doing exactly what I want to do in Uncaged. And it's spy games. It's basically games where you play a spy, and it is there, like Splinter Cell, for instance, would be one of them, which has been very successful, or Metal Gear Solid or things like that. So those games are already out there and they're great. So what I'm trying to do is I'm taking what is fun in those games, and the only thing that really changes is now you're not a super spy or whatever, but now you're an animal rights activist, but you still have those same fun mechanics, because, as I said, the non-vegan is going to only play the game if it's fun. So if you get that, and then the truth all of a sudden, while they're not really, expecting it, just jumps in their face, I think that is a very powerful moment that you can create in games.
Jordy, one of the questions in the chat was about the accessibility of games and the need for more games for children. Do you think that there's anything that would suggest an age limit on a vegan board game or video game? Is there? What are your thoughts on?
Well, I do think that it's true that we need more games for children. We humans are neotenic. Neotenia is this phenomenon in nature where once you reach adulthood, you still carry some of the infancy and juvenile characters and traits with you. And from all primates, we are the most neotenic of all. So that means when we reach adulthood, we still do many things that we did as juveniles. And that's part of perhaps why we don't have hair anymore in our bodies. And there's some psychological, some biological. And playing is one of them. So playing is mostly learning tool in mammals. That happens when you're a juvenile. Once you're an adult, you just play with juveniles to teach them lessons. But in humans, we neotenic in this regard. So we're still learning our lives, all because our society is so complex that we can't just give up learning when we are young. We have to continue learning about the rights and wrongs and the morals issues. So that's where gaming plays a role. So therefore, yeah, games should be for all ages. But the original concept is for learning creatures, and for humans and us, children are the ultimate learning creatures. But for a neotenic primate, we're still learning as adults. That means you could develop games for all ages, You could also make them appropriate for particular ages. And I think the bigger message is essential for a young human being, because you don't have to go to any extreme. You can make it very simple games where there is a big difference between cooperating or being selfish, between helping somebody be kind and being aggressive. You can teach all these simple things that are the roots of veganism. Veganism has some axioms. I identify 5 main axioms, which are things that we believe that are always true, such as all animals are sentient beings, or doing no harm, the HIMSS action, is the right way to behave, or being non-speciesist, don't discriminate against other creatures for the species or the group they are, or being anti-exploitation, all forms of animal exploitation are cruel, or what I call the vicariousness action, which means somebody else is harming somebody, you are kind of responsible. Vicariousness, you are indirectly responsible for somebody else's harm because you're part of the system. You might be giving money indirectly. So it's not only you harm, it's the harm of everybody else that matters. That's why we need to change the world. We need to make it a vegan world. So all of these actions could be a game, each one for children, to teach them speciesism, to teach them compassion and do no harm. So all of these could be simplified to a single lesson or a single axiom of the vegan philosophy.
Well, you were part of the extravaganza group, and I'm assuming that that's an adult group. And yes. I think the nerd culture is kind of illustrating how our society is learning how to play again as adults, and remembering that play is important, and expressing ourselves through game and community is obviously something that we have. Ethan and I are playing at Dungeons and Dragons at the Wishbone Animal Rights Lab in Toronto. And right now we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, the classic games that are designed for violence, that are kind of, the dungeon crawler and set up the animals and knock them down, and encounter people in the cities and steal stuff from them or kill them. But we're trying to rethink those kind of narratives. Ethan, you did a Dungeons and Dragons themed adventure. Why did there seem to be some pushback from the Dungeons and Dragons community about introducing veganism into Dungeons and Dragons?
I think the sad truth is that veganism has that like negative stigma of, oh, it's like activist thing, and people are afraid of that. So people are very defensive of their hobbies when it comes to that kind of thing. It's not just veganism. It's like literally everything, really. People just love gatekeeping their interests. And while Dungeons and Dragons is becoming a lot more inclusive, there are things that they're a lot more willing to introduce more. Like, it's becoming a lot more LGBT friendly, and that's all good. But veganism's one that I think fits pretty well into it as well. And people think that, like, if we let the vegans in, they're gonna take over. Like, I'm not trying to abolish all D&D and replace with vegan D&D. I just want to have that be part of it, because I think that it's fun. And like, even like all activism aside, it's just fun and a different way to play Dungeons and Dragons that I think anyone would enjoy. Because like, sure, it may be fun to go play a barbarian and like go kill people with an axe or whatever, but that gets boring. And I think it would be a lot more fun to play maybe a barbarian who, instead of cuts people apart, maybe they're more so like trying to grapple.
You're playing a barbarian character right now.
Yeah.
The last couple of sessions, for our game that we did last year, we had celebrity vegans that we based the characters upon. Who are you playing now?
Right now I'm playing Wolf Icehammer. He is like I said, a barbarian. He is Path of the Earthraiser, which is a subclass of barbarian we created based off of Patrick's Earthraiser comics. And I've been having a lot of fun playing him. And like I said, instead of a big barbarian with a big axe, He's a barbarian with 2 fists that he uses to grab people instead of attack them, and a lot more focus on subduing and taking damage rather than dealing it, so he could protect others.
It's
And I'm
interesting
playing-
because, sorry, I interrupt. I haven't played really any role playing, except in somebody else's role playing that remind me to be a character playing myself. So it was interesting that during the pandemic, there was this Ian, one of the people I interviewed, a friend of mine, he's been running this role-playing group in which they created a very interesting story with activists and Pythagoreans involved. It's a mix of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer and veganism all together. And this, because during the pandemic was done on Zoom, they invite me, or he invited me as a master every now and then to appear as Jordi Casamitjana, the zoologist that got the legal protection, and just to play myself a little bit in the game and then disappear and they carry on playing the game. So that means there is even that part of you could veganize role playing by just getting suddenly in the story real things that happen in the real world with the vegans and the vegan activists and all this.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
We got a question from Liz Gary. Can we?
Hey everyone, thank you for your wonderful work. It's Liz Gary here in San Diego, and I have a 10-year-old grandson. And it's fascinating to me to watch him engage with his friends. They get on the phone, they get on the computer, and they're earning points and getting all, I don't know what it's about. I'm not the gaming generation, but I see the passion and the fun and the engagement. And I know it can be done. And I just would love to see some youth focus groups come together to make the age appropriate games for them. But yesterday, Patrick, you said something that really stuck with me. You talked about the different elements that help sink it all in. And that was like the films, the engagement, and then the playing the game. And for me too, and you might have covered this, it's the music. I was leading a vegan high school cooking club after school one day, and there was a story in the newspaper about how it was difficult to find workers to work in the slaughterhouses to kill the cows. It was a story, and I was talking about this with the students there, and the song came on the radio. It was Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. Another one bites the dust, and another one gone, and another one gone, another one bites the dust. Hey, I'm gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust. And this student started singing it and pretending that he was working on the slaughter line, and just he made the connection. The kids made the connection. Who knows when it's going to happen or where it's going to come from, but I'm out there trying my best, leading classes in the public libraries, and I want to reach out to you, Patrick. I'm going to do a black belt in tofu competition, and I'd love to have you as a celebrity judge for our program. Wouldn't that be fun?
Sounds fun.
Black belt in tofu. I'm meeting with the director of marketing on Tuesday to talk about this. So I'm working hard, and I wanted to share that, and I'd love to get your contact information and follow up. I'm one of the million vegan grandmothers here, and appreciate all of what you're doing and being here today. So warms my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, we'll get all the vegan grandmothers playing D&D. Or we'll, one of the things I wanted to ask Ethan about was, we actually did get some good advice on how to role play non-combat games. You've created one D&D adventure. What other kind of adventures for other systems might we develop for people who don't want any sort of combat?
Yeah, there's a similar type of role-playing game called Wander Home, where the emphasis is entirely on the role-playing. There's little to no combat. From what I know, there's no combat rules, so if there's any combat that arises, it's not even meant to handle that, because it is entirely on the role-playing aspect. And focusing more on the just beauty of the journey rather than the beauty of victory, which is more so what Dungeons and Dragons is doing. It's cooperative in the sense that you play with a team, but you're still trying to beat someone else, which is typically what the dungeon master is throwing at you. Whereas with Wanderhome, it's a lot more cooperative. It's a lot more like talking with people, connecting with people. It's more focused around the characters rather than like the fighting, defeating a villain, whatever it may be. Not to say that there might not be a villain in your Wanderhome campaign, but you're not going to be killing them. You're probably going to try to take them down through different means, or maybe even persuade them. It's up to the dungeon master or game master in that case.
That's an important thing that I wanted to ask Patrick about was the violence in his game. It looks like a combat kind of is very similar to combat games, but we saw that the character that was operating the drone wasn't armed with a machine gun. They were armed with bolt cutters.
Yeah,
and I presume they have a camera as well. These are the tools of the animal rights activists.
Yeah, exactly. It's
exciting.
The tools are basically there's two objectives. It's to document what's happening, that's your camera, and to liberate the animals, and that's the bolt cutter. So those are the two exactly those are the two symbols that basically go through the narrative. The idea for me was if it's going to be a simulation of what the activist does, activists usually don't go into a facility armed, right? I thought a lot about that because usually video games, if you're going to be attacked with from armed enemies, and that's the case here as well, by the way, because that is also a reality that a lot of people, I think, don't know when they don't know any activists themselves, that you can actually be, there might be someone who is armed who actually defends their property by shooting at you. Like it's probably not as common these days, but I have friends who have been animal rights activists like for the last 4 decades. And one of them is a Finnish friend of mine, and he has been, liberating foxes from fur farms, 30 years ago. And I have stories of him actually going to the hospital because he was shot at with a shotgun, and they had to take all the metal pieces out of his backside. So there's a lot of adventures and stories that I've gathered over the years that I'm trying to put into the game. Basically, all these bits and pieces of reality that I'm trying to put into the narrative.
Your players get shot at, but the players themselves
don't
do
armed.
Human on human violence, no human against animal violence. But you don't just role play humans. You have the opportunity to take down the role of animals.
Yeah, that was basically my way to solve the problem that if you're gonna be attacked by armed enemies, but you're unarmed and you don't really have a way to fight back, that would make on the long run, that would kind of make the player feel powerless, I felt. So I wanted to give the player some way to kind of be able to hit back, but I don't want it to have human.
Strawberry lemonade and soda water.
Is everything okay?
Are we sharing a screen?
Hi. Can I ask a question real quick? Is there time for a question?
Yeah.
Hi. Fantastic. Hi guys. My question is, do you have statistics on how many females play games, and also how you plan to incorporate women into your games? And thirdly, the question would be, there's been how can we support you? So that's my third question. Thanks.
I don't know if we could get out to all four. We're running out of time, but who wants to take that topic?
Okay.
I off the top of my head, I know personally, I'm very surprised by this statistic because when I'm playing games, it's like it's hard to tell because I don't know every single person I'm playing with, but it's a vast majority male, but the actual statistics, when you look at it, it is actually pretty close to 50-50. It's still slightly male dominated, but it's not by as much as I would have thought. And it's really comforting to know because it feels like a hobby that women are afraid to get into because that's a guy thing. Well, no.
Yeah, I think this kind of distortion that we might have might be because we're guys ourselves, and I think there's a little bit of a social bubble that so it's probably the case that that female players tend to maybe play different games, and that way, if you're a guy and you have this tendency to play certain games, you might be in a bubble where it appears to you as if it's mainly guys, but the girls are just probably somewhere else.
Well, in my experience, because I didn't organize the game as Convergence, I just turned up and they were organized for everyone. And I've been to many. In my experience, there were more females than males. So in the London vegan extravaganza groups, there were more females than males.
We're to the end of our time now, unfortunately, and we were hoping to get Patrick playing his game. He's got all queued up and ready to go, but we've got so much. There's clearly so much more to talk about, and I think Play Nice Games wants to create more opportunities to talk and demonstrate and just get together with gamers. I think the vegans have a tendency to, especially activists, think that we don't have time for games. We're too serious in our lives, but this is a way that we can make more meaningful games. I want to play a little video that as we switch over to the next presentation, and it contains some games that analyze the violence of games that we have and different kinds of games where violence is used to express animal perspective. So this is a bit of a trigger warning. Anybody that doesn't want to see it, please tune back in a few minutes.
Just before our next one.
It's a very short video. So thank you, Patrick and Jordy and Ethan for participating in our chat today. And I'm sure we'll have plenty more to talk about.
Yeah, wow, that was so great. Thank you. What a wonderful panel that was. Our next guests are here, and we're not ready to, we're going to begin. If y'all are ready, we'll go ahead and begin.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, so my name is Rebecca Allen, and I'm going to introduce to you the speakers today. We have Jane DeMarinis, and we have her daughter, Erin DeMarinis. And
Hi, Erin.
Erin is a vegan entrepreneur, and she started eFit Foods, a plant-based company in Florida. She's been featured on Bloom TV and Unchained TV. And Jane is a 20-year vegetarian and climate diet CEO, vegan now, of course, and in her spare time, she tries out these recipes. So I'm going to turn it over to you two. And Jane, did you want to do the slides, or did you want me to?
I hope I can do them. Let me share my screen and see if it works. Okay.
And then also feel free to ask for questions when you're ready at the end, or during however
can you tell me if you can see my whole screen?
We do not see it.
Oh no. I'm hitting slideshow, and you still can't see it.
No, don't see it yet.
Do you mind? We'll just get started with the slideshow. Rebecca, do you mind just changing them as I go through them?
I'm looking for them now. Sorry.
Do you want me to resend it?
No, I have them. Just let me get them up here for a second.
Okay, well, why don't I just go ahead and start. First of all, thank you so much, Rebecca and Dr. Rayo, for inviting us to do this presentation. I don't think we have nearly as exciting the graphics as the prior one, and that's really exciting to see all these games. And I think it's a creative way to get the message out. As BJ said, I'm Jane DeMarinis. I'm the executive director of Climate Diet, and Erin and I are both wearing our Erin and Jane's Kitchen aprons because we are all about the food, but also about the climate. And I'm moving to the first slide. I don't know if you're
almost there.
Okay, well, we'll just pause on that a little bit. But I'm going to talk about some of the things that Climate Diet does. We promote reduced meat consumption, and we try to do that by telling people both about the diet, about their diets and the influence of their diet on the climate, and to get them to reduce meat. Some generations, the younger generation is much more prone to it. The idea, I think they haven't been around as long. They haven't been eating meat as long as some of generations of my age. And so there seems to be more flexibility. So some of the other generations, it's also meat can be very cultural. People have holidays that meat is a big part of it. We just try to get people to reduce meat 1 day a week as a way to get started. And even that 1 day a week, if the population of the United States did that for 1 day a week for 1 year, it's equal to taking 25 million gas-powered cars off the highway. That's the equivalent. And I think Dr. Rayo makes it very clear how huge animal agriculture is contributing to the greenhouse gases in the world today, to the pollution.
Okay, let's
Rebecca,
see.
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm going to stop share. I'm going to start again. But we did get to see the first slide. Just a moment.
Okay. So we're trying to use data like that. And one of the approaches my organization takes, we do outreach, education, and advocacy. And the outreach is to both consumers and people that want to get our newsletters or other products that we have, information products, but we directly reach out to the media. And I'm a member of the Society of Environmental Journalists, and they are becoming all about climate change, although many environmental journalists are definitely local and they look at toxic waste dumps in their own communities. I try to put out a more national approach to the issue and create more education around what's happening globally through research, information, studies, and what the federal government is doing here and elsewhere as well.
That looks great. You're on the slide 2, and that's great.
Okay.
Tell me when it's next.
So this is my website, and our previous name was Sustainable Earth Eating. It's still our name with the IRS, but we changed it to Climate Diet. My husband actually had this idea because when he goes with me to events that are focused on some of my partners, he said, nobody can understand that name when I tell them what your organization name is. And I said, yeah, you're right. Let's just change it to Climate Diet. So that is our new name as of about 6 months ago. But I invite you to look at our website for materials. We have newsletters there. We have plant-based recipes there. We have a pledge for anybody you know that's a carnivore that might want to just start slowly and get into reducing their meat, a meat down pledge, and also our vegan recipes. So, and that's our next slide, Erin and Jane's Kitchen. We try to get people to just be aware of the deliciousness of vegan food. And we put out our new recipe every single Friday. Erin is a fantastic vegan cook. Erin is actually, my daughter Erin is the reason my husband and I became vegan. She bought us the book by Dr. Colin Campbell. Now I'm forgetting the name of it. China Study. Right, the China Study. And then we read it, and we became vegetarians first, and then we became vegans. So we've been vegans for 4 years, but we were vegetarians for 18 years first. So Erin and I, Erin's a fantastic vegan cook, and she's teaching in her own community of Tampa, Florida, and elsewhere, and broadly through television shows. She's kind of famous in her local market and Bloom TV. So I'll let her talk about that later, but here we have a recipe for vegan pasta primavera. So a few things I thought I would add before I turn it over to her is, again, and I'm not the first person to say it, but what is happening is just not normal. 2023 was a record year for the highest temperatures globally. And the year before that, 2022, was a record year for the highest temperatures globally. And 2019 was a record year before that. So we're definitely going in the wrong direction. Record hot oceans. This is done in Erin's territory in Florida. They recorded temperatures in the ocean by Florida last year that were similar to the temperatures in hot tubs. Well, I don't think people want to jump in the ocean to be in a hot tub. Most people want to jump in and maybe cool off a little bit in the hot weather. So it's horrible. And it's more than just feeling those hot temperatures. It's disrupting the Gulf Stream. And scientists are saying that with enough disruption, that Gulf Stream can be so disrupted, it's controlling much of our current climate and our seasons as well. So they don't know what the ultimate impact of that will be, but it's definitely worrying the science community. Record deforestation. Dr. Rayo talked about this. A lot of that land is being raised for cattle farming, Brazil especially, Indonesia as well. Those are the two top countries that have deforestation at this time. And cattle, as we know, use so many resources. Animal agriculture is talking about, and Dr. Rayo talked about the amount of food it takes to feed cattle. It's just, and besides how much land it takes to feed them, the water resources, I think it's 1,800 gallons of water are needed to make 1 pound of beef. It's depleting resources at an exponential rate. Beef is also the highest pollutant of food in the food group. And the USDA has put out a report on animal agriculture's greenhouse gas emissions. I'm not sure they measure. I've worked with some nutritionists and a group of policymakers from a nutrition group in in this area in the state of Maryland, and we've sent letters to the Department of Agriculture to protest the way they're actually counting the greenhouse gas emissions. They don't count respiration for cattle, for example. So it's kind of an apples and oranges, and there needs to be more work in working with the Department of Agriculture to really, I think, get accurate data. And we've tried to start doing that. I think Dr. Rayo would be fantastic if he could be involved with that, with their advisory committees as well. So this slide shows greenhouse gas emissions across the supply chain. So you see at the very top, if you're with me, Rebecca,
yes,
beef is by and far exponentially larger than the next category or any of the next categories. The next category actually is dark chocolate, which my husband's a chocoholic, so but he's not eating meat, but he certainly is eating chocolate, so that's a little disappointing to us. And then lamb and mutton, dairy herd beef. But then down at the bottom of that chart, if you look at the teeny tiny amounts of greenhouse gas emissions, they're coming from fruit and vegetables, bananas, peas, tomatoes, tofu, rice, although rice uses a lot of water, but certainly nothing like the top category or the top few categories. And here's another way of looking at it. Looking at the carbon footprints, meat lover, you can see, is exponentially larger than vegan category at the other end. And you have an average meat eater, and then someone with no beef is still high, and vegetarians and vegans at the low end. And just bar graphs showing that in a different way. At the bottom of that chart, we try to use these with the program we have with high school students to make it just easier to understand what the impact is when you eat meat globally. This is carbon, just measuring carbon dioxide emitted by the ton. So a few recent updates on climate data. About 78% of global salt and freshwater pollution is caused by agriculture. So not only is the ocean being impacted, but rivers and streams that are freshwater are being polluted. And that pollution is coming from animal agriculture. I know the state of Maryland is serious about this. They've actually sued the EPA for not enforcing regulations in the Chesapeake Bay. So that's a positive action to just get more accurate data and to look at who are these polluters and why are they getting away with it. And it's not just the meat themselves or the cows themselves, it's the animal, the food grown in the pollutants from pesticides and fertilizer that are used for the food is also polluting. When it rains, all of that washes into the rivers and streams. Meat production accounts for nearly 3 times the global greenhouse gas emissions of plant-based food production, 57% versus 29%. 95% of global deforestation occurs in the tropics. Brazil and Indonesia, I mentioned this before, for almost half of all deforestation. And we talked about pushing the climate to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That was the Paris Accord. It said this is the limit that we need to be fearful of, and that all countries were trying to not reach. Well, there have been many accounts during the past year of how many places in the world have reached that degree. I read articles saying that it was reached at a level or at a rate that was very concerning. So a little bit more on deforestation. I talked about the Amazon rainforest previously, and it's receding from 2020, the latest data I could find, a 9.5% increase over the prior year. So nearly 10% increase over the prior year was cut down. It's disturbing. Since those forests, one of the things you think about is the habitat loss. Where are all the animals that lived in that forest gone? They probably are dead. That was their food, that was their shelter. And with those forests gone, where are they? The global forest loss is huge. 25 million acres, 10 million hectares, or 25 million acres are lost each year. And this is attributed to, no surprise, agricultural expansion, logging, things that are all happening to raise either the food or the animals themselves. Here's a little aside. We put out a thing we call Climate Wednesday, and we put it out Wednesday. This year was on St. Patrick's Day, and everybody was thinking about green beer. So the good news there is green beer is vegan, or can be vegan, and beer in general is generally vegan. So that's just a little good news thrown in with otherwise disturbing news. So vegetarians worldwide, the country with the most vegetarians is India, followed by Israel at 13%, Taiwan 12%, Italy 10%. Then we have a tie with Austria and Germany, and the UK all at 9%, Brazil at 8%, tied with the United States at 8%, Ireland at 6%, and Australia with 5%. That is the most recent data we had. And I think that's from the World in Data. Plant-based milks are certainly one way to improve health, and I think we know this also about meat. If you don't eat meat, you're less likely to get the saturated fat in your veins, in your arteries, and get the high blood pressure that comes with it, diabetes, and cardiac issues. Most plant milks contain almost no saturated fat, and that saturated fat is the one that raises cholesterol that's linked to heart disease. So plant-based fat is healthy for us. And I think all of us probably know that, but just restating maybe the obvious. In 2020, the World Health Organization reported that 8.8% of US children 5 years and younger were overweight. Well, that is a very disturbing trend. It's certainly even higher for the United States, and my own state of Maryland has some very disturbing data among youth up through the age of 19. I think there was an increase of 18% over the last couple of years of overweight children. One of the ways those children would lose weight without even trying, of course, if they were on a plant-based diet. So some of these trends are disturbing, but there's ways to treat them with what we all know, eating plants instead of processed foods or eating meat. These are from something we do every Wednesday, I mentioned, called Climate Wednesday. We just put out some data that we think should get attention and get people to be more aware of how animal agriculture and cattle and eating meat are contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, and that there are things we can all do. We can change our own behavior and not eat meat and be aware of how much pollution is coming from that industry and how much harm is doing to our own bodies. And Salish mentioned the sea and what's happening with reaching down to the depths of the ocean to find fish, and how long will that go on? We try to draw attention to that as well. So I did mention children, and I think we have to look at the next generation to help us solve the problems of overweight, change the paradigm, and teach them the power of food and how eating can change your health, how eating can cure disease, and how eating can help the climate. I was teaching this class at a high school, after-school program in a nearby high school, and I asked the students in this class, how many of you would like me to focus on the health aspects of this topic or the climate aspects of this topic. And 100% of the students raised their hands and said climate. So that was really encouraging to me. They weren't particularly overweight students, but that they were very interested in the climate. So that's our next generation. And I think they're going to be the ones that inherit what maybe our generation has contributed to, but also are willing to make the changes. So I'd just like to thank everybody for your attention before I turn this over to my daughter. I'd like to thank Dr. Rayo especially for all the work he's done in advocating for change by all those of you out there who've changed your diet to make the climate better, and by those using their voices to change the world. And now let's hear it from another advocate. She's trying to change the world too, one recipe and one meal at a time. So Erin D. Marinas, take it away.
Thanks, Mom. So nice to be here with you. And also, I just want to say thank you to who's ever still watching and for everybody that helped put this event together. Collectively, we are always stronger together. And I love this community, and let's just keep growing it. That's my ultimate plan, right? Is to let's just keep growing it and getting this information out there. We can't be ignored. We need to stick together and be really strong. So today I'm going to show you an easy recipe as we kind of transition from what Jane was talking about. I am obviously a plant-based chef, and I work with a lot of clients here in Tampa to transition from meat-eating diets to plant-based diets. And of course, all the questions I always get are, what do you eat? And I'm sure that most of you who are watching this probably get the same questions, or where do I get my protein? Or how am I supposed to eat at restaurants? And so if there's any questions that come up for you, and I've been seeing some of the questions come, I think they're great. So if there's any question that you have on your mind, please don't wait till the end to ask it. Ask it. My mom can read the question to me, and I can answer it and make it easier so we don't forget questions or we pass over information that we want to learn about. One of my products that I make is a plant-based energy bite. They're full of adaptogens, protein, really taste good. And I think that's a big misconception, right? When it comes to eating a plant-based diet, what do people always think? Oh, you're probably eating cardboard and just vegetables. And how do you survive on that diet? So I like to really break that myth and show people that it's really not hard to eat a plant-based diet that tastes good, but it's also really nutrient dense and good for you, right? Forget that like our bodies are our temple, and we have to constantly think about getting those nutrients, because it is a little bit of an extra effort when you do go plant-based, right? So my little recipe I want to do today is the plant-based energy bites, and I've already started putting some stuff together. It's kind of hard to see, but I start with a base of peanut butter, and we all know, or at least we hope we do, that peanut butter contains what? Protein. It's a rich source of vitamins and minerals, and it's got so many nutrients in it that help prevent type 2 diabetes, which is so many people are suffering from. So it's a great way to start if you're going to try to make a bite at home. And a lot of these ingredients you should have at home: peanut butter, oats, and I'll go through them. But the first is peanut butter. I buy an organic peanut butter that's just peanuts and salt. I get it at Trader Joe's because everybody thinks, oh, eating plant-based is so expensive, but it isn't. I think that's another myth. And then I add a half a cup of maple syrup. I use organic maple syrup. I get it at Trader Joe's. It's not expensive. And maple syrup is really good, high in polyphenols, very high in antioxidants, right? So peanut butter and maple syrup are the first two ingredients. There's no cooking involved in this. We're just mixing ingredients together. And then a little bit of organic vanilla, half a teaspoon. Again, I got this at Trader Joe's, so we're not talking huge expense. Trader Joe's is really great if you are a new vegan or a vegan that's been for a long time and you need to get ingredients. Trader Joe's does have quite a bit. Chocolate, dark chocolate. Dark chocolate is a power source of antioxidants. Now, I, in this recipe, use the chips, and I also use ground dark chocolate. So if you have a coffee bean grinder at home, you can grind up your chocolate and the oats. That's the next ingredient that goes into this. But you want to first mix the wet ingredients together. So that was the peanut butter, what I talked about, the maple syrup, and then your vanilla. So that's your base. Those are your wet ingredients. So you mix those together first. And you can use a mixer, but it's really easy just to use a spoon. Everything I like to do, make it very simple. So once that's mixed together, you can see it here, it creates like a little bit of like a slurry. Then you start adding your ingredients. So oats, everybody probably has oats at home. Now you can make a version of this for yourself and not use all of these ingredients, just use some of them. And it's gonna probably come out very similar in texture and taste. As long as you get those oats, peanut butter, maple syrup, and some dark chocolate, you can make yourself a little energy bite for yourself. I take organic quick oats and put them in, but I also take a cup of organic oats and I grind them in the coffee bean grinder to give it a little finer texture. And then I just had showed you about the chocolate. Oh, let me tell you about oats. Oats help with weight loss. They help keep you full. They're good for fiber. They help reduce the risk of heart disease. So what's one of the leading causes of death in our United States? Heart disease. These are all ingredients that you should be including in your diet. The dark chocolate chips, the ground dark chocolate, and then walnuts. So I grind those walnuts in my little coffee bean grinder too. And walnuts are a big source of omega-3s. Omega-3s are really good for you, helps to lower your cholesterol, right? So I ground those up, that goes in. And then the last ingredient is hemp hearts, which is loaded with protein, right? It helps regulate your heartbeat, and it also is a great source of magnesium, which magnesium helps with our sleep. So those are all the ingredients. You mix those up together, and this is going to create this little energy bite that you can keep in your refrigerator at home. They don't need to be refrigerated, but I put them in the refrigerator just to keep them really fresh. And it's always something you can just eat on the go. And again, that's another thing, right? Like eating vegan on the go can be difficult because you do have to plan. You can't just drive through McDonald's and get something vegan. Even McDonald's French fries, at least the last time I checked, I think are still made with beef lard or beef, something in their French fries or has some kind of animal products. I know I can't eat them, but I think if you can think outside the box, get creative, and a lot of these ingredients you should have at home. Dark chocolate, walnuts, oats. You can make a simple recipe for yourself that's vegan, also really nutrient dense. I'm a big proponent of eating foods that contain sneaky ways to get your protein in because as we age, we need more protein. And that protein doesn't have to come from animals. So plant sources of protein are always going to be your hemp hearts, your walnuts, your peanut butter. So this is a really high protein energy bite and also good for our earth, right? Sustainability, that's a huge part of what we've been talking about over the last 2 days. So let's stick with that. So now that it's pretty much just mixed up and I can show you what it looks like, it kind of forms into like a dough. And then you just take it and you can make these whatever size you want. You can use a little scooper, but if not, you just put it into your hands. You make these little bites, put them on a plate and stick them in your refrigerator. Everybody can see that. And you've got yourself a little power bite. Great for kids. And also a fun recipe to do with your kids. If you have kids at home and you want to do something to involve them to say, hey, this is like a dessert, even though it's really not because it's so healthy for you. But in a way, it really is. Dark chocolate and peanut butter is delicious. I wish I could pass them through the screen. They are really good. I like to make, I see somebody put that up in the chat. Does anybody have any questions yet?
Yeah, we have one that said, can you put coconut in there?
Oh, well, that's the other flavor. So this is Cocoa Crunch. I have 2 flavors on the market. Cocoa Crunch is this one, which is dark chocolate and peanut butter. And then the other flavor, because some people have allergies to peanuts or a sensitivity. And I make one that has almond butter, dark chocolate, and coconut, kind of like an Almond Joy candy bar, but a lot healthier. And that one's really good too. And almond butter is, a little bit better for you as far as nut butters are concerned. I think almonds are a little bit higher in like the non-sustainable, the way it well, that's almond milk. So this is almond butter. I have to look into that exactly. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, especially about nutrition, I would love to answer any questions you might have.
Aaron, I have a question. How many calories approximately are in those bites?
There's
per
about
bite?
75 to 80, around 75 to 85 calories. Which that could seem a lot to some people, but they're very filling. So if you're having an afternoon snack, you know, most people that I work with, most clients that I work with, I always suggest if you're going to do a snack in the afternoon or something in the morning, you want to do about 180 calories to 200, right in that range. So you're not overloading. So this would be good to have a couple of these. They go great with coffee. It's my afternoon snack every day. And the bites that I have on the market have adaptogens in them. And if you're not familiar with adaptogens, you should learn about them. And adaptogens are like ashwagandha, reishi, turkey tail, chaga. And what adaptogens are is basically, think of the word adapt. So they have been around for thousands of years and they've survived all of these years and still flourished. And we found out by studying them that adaptogens help your body deal with stress. Also your mood, anxiety, sleep, all of these things aren't we all suffering from those more than we ever have lately? It seems to me. So adaptogens are a big part of my diet. I drink a lot of coffee that has mushrooms in them. I include it in the bites. I have another product on the market that's a popcorn product that has it in it too. But yeah, any way you can sneak adaptogens into your diet is a really good way. It helps to deal with your cortisol levels. And again, who isn't stressed these days, right? So anytime you can help yourself naturally, right, without going to a doctor where they're just going to prescribe you something to keep you not getting better, let's find out how we can do it naturally. So if you're not familiar with adaptogens, now's your chance to learn about them. You can
Aaron,
buy that.
I have a question.
Yes.
So are all of those coming from mushrooms like ashwagandha? I know most of those you named I recognize as mushrooms, but is ashwagandha also coming from a mushroom or?
No, they all come from plants, basically. Think of it like that, like roots, mushrooms, plants. They're all different types of adaptogens. The ones that are mushrooms are obviously going to be your reishi, your turkey tail, right? Let's see, which other ones? So no, it's a grouping of them, right? So they come from different plants. And they all help with different things. So most of the people that I work with, I have them start with ashwagandha in the morning because it helps with combat morning stress. But and like chaga gives you a little bit more of energy boost, but I wouldn't suggest taking chaga at night. But like turkey tail and lion's mane is a mushroom, we all know that. They all have the same adaptogenic properties, right? They help with anxiety, mood, stress, sleep, all the things that we suffer from. And you should start having those in your diet as quickly as possible and as much as possible.
We have another question. So Lisa is asking, she says she loves those mushroom blends. She said she takes ashwagandha.
Good.
And she wants to get lion's mane, turkey tail, but we'll do a blend. And she's asking, is Gaia, Gaia, a good product for that?
Gaia, is Gaia a brand?
It's capital G, maybe.
Oh, it's a brand. It's a brand. Okay. Gaia. I'm not familiar with Gaia. Is that something that
says it's brand?
I don't know Gaia off the top of my head, but I certainly could do some research. I bet it's probably good as long as it's organic. Is that what we're hearing? They are typically organic. Is that in the question? Are they typically organic? I don't know.
I don't see I don't see anything about that yet, but someone else is asking, can you use dates instead of maple syrup for the sweetener in these energy bites?
You could use you would want to use date syrup or date more of a date paste because you need something to help bind those ingredients together, right? To give it something to hold on to, right? You probably could use aquafaba, and that's when you open up a can of garbanzo beans, you always want to get organic. The fluid that's in there is aquafaba, and it has a binding, so we'll keep it vegan. I would use date syrup, or you could maybe try agave, but agave can be highly processed. So I tend to really like maple syrup because maple syrup is so high in antioxidants and polyphenols, right? Those are such good things for your diet. So I would suggest if you don't want to use maple syrup, then use maybe a date, any kind of date syrup, probably like a date. Yeah, I guess they have date syrup, I think. I know I've never worked with it. I've worked with date paste. So maybe we could, that would be something I would have to do some research on, but yeah.
Here's a
you just
question.
need something to bind it. Yes.
Here's another question. Are these bars safe for patients with diabetes?
100%. They help to, they help in fighting diabetes, right? Think of all the ingredients that are in here, right? Especially the oats helps ward off type 2 diabetes. You want to think about always about fiber. Remember, diabetes is not, people always think diabetes is attributed to carbohydrate intake, and it's actually not. But we could go down that rabbit hole for a long time. We want to think about things that help lower our blood sugar levels, reduce risk of heart disease, and diabetes. Those are pretty much every ingredient that's in here. Walnuts helps to lower cholesterol. Hemp hearts helps regulate your heart. So, I mean, if you are pre-diabetic, I would certainly go on a plant-based diet. And also, I think a lot of doctors these days, remember, or you might not know this, and I talk about this a lot. So no offense to doctors, because we need them, obviously, but doctors only get 4 hours of nutritional studies in their entire 4 years of residency, or 3 years of residency. So you have to really be careful where you're getting your advice from. And I know this firsthand. I work with plenty of doctors who don't know a lot about nutrition. And so that's why there's so many prescriptions right now of Ozempic and all these drugs to help people lose weight, which is actually a drug for diabetics. But doctors are prescribing it like candy, just giving it out because the side effect is you lose weight. And what about when you go off of that? And what is that doing to somebody who isn't a diabetic, who's taking a drug for diabetes? Yes, it might help you lose weight. But then when you go off of it, what are you going to do? How are you going to keep that weight off? Have you learned enough to do that? And I think when you shift to a plant-based diet, and when I say plant-based, I mean as much as you can from plants. I'm not a big advocate of eating a lot of foods that are highly processed vegan foods, because I think that can be pretty high in sodium, and so you have to be careful. So the more we eat from the earth, the leaner and cleaner we will always be. And I think when you do that, you also feel so good that it'll sort of help you stay in that lane. I mean, at first when I went vegan, there was nothing on the market. I mean, the cheese, and I've been vegan for over 20 years. Some of the cheeses initially on the vegan market were horrible. They were cardboard, no flavor, they didn't melt. But now there's over 81 kinds of vegan cheeses. 81. So if you can't give up cheese, then you haven't tried all the vegan cheeses that are on the market. I see another question. Do you use oil? And if so, which kind? I am a big advocate of olive oil. I don't use a ton of it, but I do use it sparingly. And then if there's anything I'm cooking that's high heat, I use grapeseed oil. So, or sometimes I'll do like a blend of like a coconut avocado oil. So those are the oils that I use. I try to stay away from oils as much as I can, but sometimes you need them for certain recipes. Also, let's see, salad dressings. That's another one. And I've done this talk before where I've made a salad, and everybody's always asking, what do you dress your salads with? Isn't that, don't you use olive oil? And I don't usually, because I make a salad dressing that's 4 ingredients. Fresh squeezed lemon juice and tahini, squeezable tahini. Tahini is just ground sesame seeds, right? So very nutrient dense, also has protein, also has fiber. And then I do a splash of maple syrup. So that's really the whole salad dressing, and it's just really simple. And some white balsamic vinegar. It's the best salad dressing ever. And then you don't have to buy store-bought salad dressings, which are usually high in soybean oil, which is not healthy. And also some of them are pretty expensive. So just make your own salad dressing at home. You can order squeezable tahini right off the internet, right on Amazon, and it's organic ground sesame seeds. So it's really nutritious for you. And you can
Erin,
save your own.
Could
Yes.
you, oh my gosh, those look so delicious. And whoever said, I wish we could just pass them through the screen. That would be a nice little treat. About how much that salad dressing is really interesting to me, and I haven't tried it yet, but about how much, if you just guessed, of the tahini and balsamic, white balsamic, and what was the third ingredient?
Maple syrup. 4. Yes,
Oh,
a splash of maple syrup, and that probably comes out to maybe a tablespoon. If I had to measure it, I would do a squeeze of fresh lemon juice across your salad. And I put the salad dressing, I don't make the salad dressing separate. I just put it right on top of the salad and mix it up. Less dishes, less time to clean, less measuring. But if you were to measure, I would say it's probably about 1 tablespoon of maple syrup or less, depending on how you like your dress, if you like it sweet. And then the other ingredient was the squeezable tahini, and I just kind of squeeze on top. I would say that's about a tablespoon if you're making a salad just for yourself or you and one other person, a tablespoon or 2. You don't need a lot. It gives it that really creamy texture too. Imagine like a Caesar salad with that creamy dressing. It's kind of got that similar consistency. And then the white balsamic vinegar, I probably do a 1/4 of a cup maybe, or an 1/8 of a cup. Not too much. But when you mix all that together, it's a beautiful, flavorful, creamy dressing loaded with nutrients, which is really nice. So, and who doesn't like a healthy salad? I think everybody should be doing 1 salad a day to really get as many nutrients as they can from whole foods. And it's nice to have a salad dressing that you can just never have to worry about keeping in a refrigerator, and you can do it just on the spot, and it'll take you, I don't know, less than 30 seconds. And then you just mix it all up and you have a salad. It's wonderful. So I would have done that today, but I wanted to do something different because I feel like I've been making that salad on TV for so long. So I wanted to show my bites off a little bit because they're so easy to make. And a lot of people have these ingredients in their house, right? I mean, who doesn't have oats in their house, right? So.
Erin, I wonder if you have any stories of transformation from people you've helped that went from being overweight and probably eating a high fat, high animal meat diet and transitioning to something more plant-based and using food as the mechanism for helping them lose weight. Do you have any example that you could mention?
Yeah, a lot actually. But one of my most probably pronounced as far as like weight loss in specifically was my next door neighbor, who was, when I first moved to this house here in Tampa, she was working with another trainer and she wasn't losing any weight. And we became very good friends. And I said, why don't you work out with me sometime? And so we started working together, and I would see her diet, and because we lived next door to each other. So she was always telling me, what she was eating and stuff. And so finally one day I just said, how about this? Let's get off the dairy. Let's start there. And again, that was one of her light bulb moments. Once she gave up the dairy, she lost not just from the dairy, but less meat as we eased into it. But in 1 year, she lost over 85 pounds, and she's kept it off. And I've still trained her for the last 12 years of my life. I still work with her. So just making those small changes, because people don't realize how fattening cheese and dairy is, right? We forget about the calories, and we forget about the saturated fat.
Well, that
And
was the point Dr. Rayo was making, that dairy is the bigger problem.
yes, it is. And if you think, oh, well, I drink skim milk. Well, what do you, they take out the fat, right? And what do they put back in it to give it flavor? Sugar, right? That's the secret of every industry, opposite of what all of us are here for, right? Is this SOS, salt, oil, sugar. That's how they change it and make it palatable, right? Yeah, it's fat-free, low calories. But what are they putting in it? A long list of chemicals. In fact, I just found out about, I don't eat Kellogg's cereal, but I think it's, yeah, Kellogg's. Kellogg's makes a bunch of cereals for not just for our country, for other countries too. And we're the only country that still has the harmful chemicals in it, like BHT and a couple other ingredients. Still, other countries, they've taken it out of because other countries have demanded it. Here in the US, we still have it in our cereals. And that's what we're feeding our children. Like, that makes no sense to me. Other countries are getting healthier and we are the last. We need to change that.
Yeah, school lunches. Someone brought up school lunches, and many of us have written and supported legislation to change that program. The federal government, all of us taxpayers, are paying for dairy to be given to students. It's terrible.
Yes, and most of it gets thrown away.
One thing, I'm reading a couple things from the chat. Someone said, wow, I'm vegan and I'm obese, but I'm working on it. So,
oh, good. I mean, whoever that person is, if they want to reach out to me privately, Erin at efitfoods.com, I can certainly help. I mean, that's what I do for a living. I'm, a health coach, nutritional consultant, a personal trainer. That's my passion in life, is to help people. And sometimes it is hard, even if you're vegan, you don't know where to go and what to eat. And it's confusing. It's very confusing. But back to somebody also, I saw another question on there, but somebody asked if I drank coffee. And yes, I drink coffee. I love coffee. I drink coffee that is has the mushrooms in it. And I use an oat milk, and I use a little bit of vanilla and a little stevia in it. And I do that every single day. Coffee time is my favorite. A lot of times I'll have it with one of my bites for my afternoon before dinner, kind of that, when you get that little afternoon, you need a little something to pick you up. So you should look on the market for the coffees with adaptogens in it. There's so many of them now, and it's really exciting.
Yeah, they're delicious. Erin, we had one, I missed a comment or a question rather about chia seeds, saying, can we add those to your product? Now I've lost it. Here it is. Can we add chia seeds to this recipe? And they want to know, will it melt if I take it in my car in the summer?
Well, that depends on where you live. But yes, you could, instead of using the hemp hearts, you could do a blend of hemp hearts and chia seeds. That'd be great, actually. Lots of fiber. Chia seeds have a ton of fiber and also protein. I love hemp hearts, but you could certainly do it with chia seeds instead of the hemp hearts. And remember that if you saw when I was in the beginning putting all the ingredients together into these, there is dark chocolate, just the little chips in here, but there's also ground dark chocolate. So, if you live here in Florida and you left it on your front seat and it's August, yeah, they're probably going to melt. But I keep a little cooler in my car, always, because I'm always out and about. And so you could certainly be prepared. Remember, being vegan and being plant-based is always a little bit extra effort, but so worth it, as we all know. So if you have a little cooler you keep in your car, then I would throw them in there. But just if you had them out on your counter, they wouldn't melt at all. But I don't know where that question came from, like where they live. But yeah, the dark chocolate pieces could get a little bit melted, but it's actually really tasty that way too. So it just depends on, you want to be licking your fingers while you're driving. But
so we have a message from Genevieve in Minnesota, who's been working on the plant-based meal option bill, and she got it introduced HF 4999/SF5051 in the Minnesota legislature. And she said it won't get through this season, but we need all hands on deck to get plant-based options into the schools. Yes, Genevieve, thanks for your good work. And that might be a model bill for other states that don't yet, that haven't started yet working on that.
And maybe Genevieve can share how she did that and how we can do it. Or also, Genevieve, if you're still on, how can we support you in this? How can we help? Do you need signatures? Is it only in your district? Can you share with everybody how we could do that in our own cities? Because I think that might be, sometimes as advocates, we don't really know what to do or how to get started. And if you already are able to show how you've done that and you've reached out and you've gotten the signatures, I would love if you could share that with us and in the chat, maybe provide a link to how you did it or to the bill. And we would love to learn a little bit more about it so that we can do that in our own cities.
We have a comment here saying that maybe we're getting some mixed messages with coffee and chocolate having a high environmental footprint, and why are we promoting them?
I'm not promoting either. I like coffee. I buy fair trade coffee. That's just my personal preference. That doesn't mean anybody else has to. And I don't eat a ton of dark chocolate. It's in my product in a very small amount, and it's fair trade. So I feel like I'm doing my part, especially that I've been vegan for over 20 years, and my whole goal in life is to help everybody else go vegan. So that's my personal opinion. Sorry if that's not exactly what you wanted to hear, but I think if we all do our part to not eat meat and dairy, we're doing pretty good. And again, not everybody has to drink coffee or eat dark chocolate. I'm just showing you a recipe that I make, that I love, and is really nutritious and tastes great. So, any other questions?
Some coffee, we could say, saved some of our jobs in our life, perhaps. So there is that benefit that it does keep us awake and alert when we need to at times. But definitely there is an environmental impact from chocolate and from coffee. And I wanted to clarify something I said previously. I wasn't trying to say that all beer was vegan. My slide said not all beers are vegan. I thought that was what I was trying to say. Let's see, we have a couple more comments. Some of these are about contacting their reps, so we're getting more information from Genevieve.
Oh, good. Thank you, Genevieve.
Oh, she said the Illinois bill was a model. A senator from the Illinois. And they also introduced a resolution for plant-based school lunch in multiple precincts in the Maryland caucuses or Minnesota caucuses this February. So congratulations on all that great work, Genevieve.
Yes. And speaking of when you were talking about the beer, I always thought that all wine was vegan, but because I love wine, and not all wine is vegan. They use, in the filtration process, sometimes they use bone ash for the filtration. So support the wines that are vegan. I'm actually a vegan hospitality consultant, and we're working with businesses, hotels, restaurants to help get them certified for their vegan guests. So definitely the world is changing.
So we got a message from Tammy. Hey. And she says, thank you, Erin. I like tahini for power balls and dates instead of maple syrup. So
great.
Thanks,
Jane,
Tammy.
It's time to wrap it up.
Okay. Well, thank you all for your attention. Erin, do you want to have any last comments?
If you would like to order some amazing high protein, healthy plant-based bites, you can go to my website, efitfoods.com, and get some of these. And thank you all for being here, and thank you for supporting the vegan lifestyle. Or if you're interested in becoming vegan, we're just happy to have anybody in our community and help it grow. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for listening. I very much appreciate that. And I really love the support from our community.
And ditto, Erin, thank you for taking your time today to be part of the Convergence. And Rebecca, thank you for all your help with the slides. It's been great to be a part of the program. We'll check out here. Let's see.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, BJ.
Yeah, thank you both very much. Glad you're here and hope you get to stay for the next couple of ones and listen in. I know that you've been here this morning, so we're glad about that. I'm going to spotlight Tammy.
Thank you. Maybe you could bring up Corey as well. Corey Davis.
Yes, we need him to put his video on so that we can do that.
Hi, Corey.
Yep, I'm here. Hey.
Great. Yeah.
All right. Would you like me to start or?
I am actually going to introduce you as soon as,
All right.
we're both up. And I was going to introduce you the traditional way, but I had this intuition just before we got on that I was going to introduce you via something I wrote based on our podcast. So because this Convergence is about the stories we tell, and we're all storytellers. You're a great storyteller, Corey. Love how you connect ancient wisdom with, stories that we don't know, and also all the literature you read. But Brenda Davis, Corey Davis's mother, is one of the leading plant-based dietitians in the world. And I think that she was very paramount in changing the Canada Food Guide. And after I interviewed Corey and Brenda, I wrote on the podcast. So if anyone listening would like to be interviewed on the Million Vegan Gamblers podcast, please contact me, because that's what it's about. It's basically, we're just telling a story. We're telling a story about what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now, as they say in many 12-step groups. So I'm going to introduce Corey based on a story I wrote and that my beloved partner, Paul Papin, edited. And thank you, Corey. So this is a story about when Corey was a little boy. And it's called, It Has Eyes, Mummy. Does the child know the burger he is eating had eyes? Does the child know the burger cuddled with its mama too and loved to feel the sun and grass as we do? This is a story, a true story. Once upon a time, there was a father, a mother, and a child. When the child was only 1 year old, the mother said to the father, I want to begin eating vegetarian. The father had been raised behind the northern Canadian Shield, among the forest where the loud reports of hunters rang out, and the lakes where sports fishermen sat for hours in deadly silence. And yet somehow, above that noise and beneath that silence, the father had long ago heard the calling from the living land that gave them so much. And so he replied to his wife, I thought you would never ask. The father loved the natural world, the stroke and drip of his paddle, the lonely echoes of the loon's call, the silhouette of the distant moose gliding half submerged through the water. Above all, he loved sharing it all with his son he'd been blessed with, so that the boy, too, would grow into the most gentle of men, which is Corey. But before this happened, when the boy was only 3, he was invited to a birthday party. His mother felt it was time to tell him, Son, the burgers we eat are not the same as most other people eat. Ours are made from beans and rice and vegetables. Theirs are made from cows. The boy gasped, shocked and bewildered. But Mummy, they have eyes. These words of his would be told and retold, first among his family and then shared out into the world. But all children have eyes to see if we let them, as do the fish of the northern waters, because how else would they see the lure? As do the birds hunters shoot mid-flight, the grouse and geese, although their eyes aren't quick enough to see the shot before they close forever and drop from the sky. David Suzuki says, if a child is to keep their innate wonder of nature alive, they must have one adult who helps them continue to connect. This lucky boy had two, a father and a student of wondrous nature, and a mother and teacher of nutritional wonder. Meanwhile, the boy continued to grow in his veggies and beans, bigger and stronger, but also wiser, until he was a man, standing humbly on Indigenous land. He recognized the ones who were there long before him, the ones who had long respected the earth they walked so lightly upon, because they never forgot that the earth was them, their mother as well as the mother of all. The man worked with these elders and listened to their teachings. He learned about stewardship, how to stand with them and never above, how to speak for and never down to. It wasn't easy to live with eyes and heart open in a disappearing world, where it often looks and feels like there will soon be no place left for our grandchildren of any species. The man and his mother, though, continue to do this hard work, not just holding space for the future, but expanding it. And for their work, we in the present, as well as those in the future, are so very grateful. So here's Corey. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much, Tammy. That is absolutely beautiful. I really appreciate that thoughtful poem you wrote. This presentation, by the way, reconciling with the past, can everybody see my screen? Was inspired with from Tammy and her podcast on the Million Vegan Grandmothers with her thought-provoking dialogue, which continues to motivate me today. So thank you, Tammy. Be sure to check out my book, Plant Powered Protein, co-authored with two of my lifelong heroes, Vicente Molina and my mother, Brenda Davis. But before we dig in to reconciling with the past, a little bit about me. I'm an agrologist with a career forged in natural resource management and environmental conservation, from forestry, agriculture, land use planning, natural disaster management, mining, and I'm a nature enthusiast. Prior to my professional career, I taught canoeing lessons, led interpretive hiking tours, and I've been an activist from a very early age as a member of the Compassion for Animals road expedition, the Care Tour in 2003 and 2004, where we traveled to over 100 cities, 39 states, where I gave ethical, environmentally friendly cooking demos, led discussion groups, spread the message. As a teenager and young adult, I was passionate about social justice, animal rights, and the environment. And now I'm focused on agriculture, the social, cultural, and ecological costs of our food system. I'm part of the Canadian plant-based cities movement as well. Support them if you can, join. Agriculture is part of and profoundly alters the nature of ecologies. It results in trade-offs. By changing the function of an ecosystem, we produce certain benefits at the expense of ecological services that habitat would otherwise provide, for better or for worse. And today I'm zooming into you from the Comox Valley. Comox is derived from the word Comukthe, Coast Salish for the land of plenty, the traditional territory of Comox First Nation on what we now call Vancouver Island, where I live as an uninvited guest and presume the privilege to establish a life here, benefit from its land and resources, participate in community, and build a sense of place, a place where colonial oppression is so visible. It's even in its name, Vancouver Island, named after Captain George Vancouver, born in England, who was responsible for securing the lands of Western Vancouver Island for the English through negotiations with the Spanish. I think it's important to acknowledge the painful colonial legacy of our past and the nations who stewarded this land for millennia prior to our occupation. Jody Wilson-Raybould, in her book, True Reconciliation, defines reconciliation as a process of learning, understanding, and action. The historical element is central to understanding our impact on people and the landscapes we've altered. And I'm troubled by the narrow focus of our environmental discourse, which often prioritizes economics and science while neglecting the human experience. While data and science are vital for grounding us in reality, it seems like our sense of belonging in nature, community, is overlooked or deemed irrelevant. It's as if the objectives of natural resource and environmental management are divorced from history, human connection, psychology, and social justice. And personally, I refuse to accept this disconnection. The Rig Veda, a Hinduist text dated back to around 1400 BCE, conveys a clear message that the environment belongs to all living beings and must be protected by all. It speaks of water akin to our nurturing mother, deserving protection in every manifestation and location, shielded from pollution and safeguarded from contamination. To taint it would be to mar an invaluable essence, akin to destroying our cherished maternal source. Wisdom of the ages. The BC Assembly of First Nations called water the blood of Mother Earth. I mean, what a beautiful perspective. And how did this philosophy that existed on the land change so dramatically? Well, it changed in many ways, and I'll touch on that and more. And to do this, I'll take you on a little bit of a journey to the past, how human activity, in particular the exploitation of animals, shaped the North American landscape we find ourselves in today and altered watersheds, ecologies, and cultures in profound ways. I'll begin the story in the British Isles. You see, by the 1600s, Europeans in this area exploited to extinction the Eurasian elk, the brown bear, gray whale, lynx, reindeer, wild boar, numerous birds, amphibians, reptiles, insects like the large copper butterfly, and the Eurasian beaver, gray wolves by the 1700s. These extinctions were largely caused by overhunting and extensive land use change. For example, wolves, lynxes, and bears were persecuted and hunted to extinction, while deforestation, habitat fragmentation, and land use change altered populations of their prey. They were persecuted in part to pay tribute to kings and nobles as trophies. Killing a predator is a sign of masculinity, perhaps toxic masculinity. These creatures were also considered a danger to people and centrally a threat to the expanding livestock sector in which they were not compatible with, as the figure on the right-hand side of this slide suggests, who occupy, by the way, 40% of the total habitable land surface of our planet. Of course, apex predators like wolves, they're critical keystone species, which means that they're animals that play a disproportionately large role in ecosystem dynamics. The impacts of apex predators on the land can be characterized by trophic cascades, which is an ecological phenomenon triggered by the addition or removal of predators. A very basic trophic cascade model would be something like you remove the wolf, deer populations increase, resulting in overgrazing the landscape. However, the reality is much more deep and complex. The picture above shows a scenario where apex predators are removed and it results in increased stream bank erosion, less plant biomass, a more simplified plant community, fewer songbird species, among other changes. But there's so much more to learn here. Only now are we learning more deeply about the far-reaching extent to which trophic cascades influence ecosystem function. Recent research suggests that these trophic cascades have impacts on the dynamics of disease, wildfire, carbon sequestration, invasive species, nutrient cycling, the biogeochemical exchanges in soils, water, and air. And I like the way this paper puts it, trophic downgrading of planet Earth. Until recently, large apex consumers were ubiquitous across the globe and had been for millions of years. The loss of these animals may be humankind's most pervasive influence on nature. What they don't note is that now livestock is virtually ubiquitous across the globe, whose management requires the control of apex predator populations. We hear a lot about species extinction, but there's something so much deeper veiled behind the extinction crisis, waiting for the world to understand. As Daniel Jansen said, what escapes the eye is a much more insidious kind of extinction, the extinction of ecological interactions, Again, apex predators are keystone species, and the beaver is also a keystone species because of its significant influence on the environment. In the British Isles, however, they became extinct in the 1500s due to increased hunting pressures to extract fur, meat, and castoreum. Castoreum's a secretion used in perfumes, food, and medicine. Across the Atlantic, however, in Turtle Island, what we now call North America, indigenous people here had no idea this was happening, that such profoundly dangerous human-induced ecological change was occurring on the other side of the world. They were also not aware that ideas, philosophies, culture, technology, disease, antibodies were being transmitted across vast distances between Europe and Asia. As wildlife resources were becoming scarce in the British Isles, meanwhile, in Turtle Island, Spanish settlers brought in diseases that were foreign to the New World, as people and animals here were previously disconnected from Eurasia for thousands of years. And this resulted in a 90% decline in the indigenous population, death by disease, a strong, vibrant population of tens of millions who were hunting, prescribed burning land, diminished. These human pressures on the landscape thus also dropped substantially, and the wildlife and vegetation rebounded dramatically. And for indigenous survivors, they were living in a post-apocalyptic landscape. Communities wiped out, social and governance structures shattered, trade, intertribal relations unduly altered. And this temporary societal and ecological transformation created a false idea in the minds of Europeans about Turtle Island, its inhabitants, and the abundance of wildlife resources available. At a time when wildlife resources were overexploited and scarce in the British Isles, North America offered those resources in profound and perhaps even artificial abundance. And this, in part, paved the way for the disturbing bloodbath that would ensue as billions of animals would meet their end to old world settlers over the next couple hundred years. Millions of bears, wolves, moose, pronghorns, elk, deer, bison, birds, and all kinds of wildlife would be slaughtered every year, sometimes for no good reason, but mostly for economic incentive. As historian Richard White would put it, North America would go from a biological republic, a place where animals and humans were philosophically equal. For example, there was many indigenous themes of wildlife pitying humans and wolves having noble human characteristics. It would go from this biological republic to a biological monarchy where anything that got in our way or had economic value was murdered, exploited, God-given for our sole use. In fact, upon arriving in North America, settlers often depicted wolves as cowardly, not the noble qualities attributed to them in earlier accounts. This perception stemmed from their avoidance of human contact rather than any aggressive behavior. Unlike the fierce creatures of werewolf tales ingrained in European folklore, these animals were not inclined to attack humans. Yet the cultural stereotype endures still, echoing through time, perpetuating attitudes towards wolves even today. Settlers also saw wolves as competition for game. They would say things like, imagine how abundant the deer and elk would be, a resource we could exploit if only there were no more wolves. It would be a hunter's paradise. They also saw predators such as wolves as a threat to their livestock, their economic assets. And much like in the old world, poison traps, government programs to exterminate wolves, and the right to protect their livestock from the natural world would follow. There was sort of an unwritten law of the range that no rancher would knowingly pass by a carcass of any kind without inserting in it a large dose of strychnine sulfate in hope of killing one more wolf. Young, 1946. Goldman, a biologist with the Bureau of Biological Surveys, said that large predatory mammals destructive of livestock and game no longer have a place in our advancing civilization. And studies today indeed consistently reveal deeply ingrained biases in livestock producers, especially against wolves and other large predators, often even independent of their own personal experience. It's a real shameful circumstance that predators are considered as financial liabilities to those raising livestock, and thus to this day, the industry prominently lobbies and campaigns to protect their animals from nature by killing wildlife regularly, wolves and cougars, black bears and grizzly bears. In fact, in 2021, the US Department of Agricultural Wildlife Service killed over 400,000 native animals, largely to protect the livestock sector, including 324 gray wolves, over 64,000 coyotes, 433 black bears, 200 mountain lions, 600 bobcats, over 3,000 foxes, and almost 25,000 beavers, and 1,714 river otters. In response to this report, Colette Adkins from the Center of Biological Diversity said, "It's inexcusable that wildlife services continue to target rare and ecologically important animals like wolves and grizzly bears, forcing them to suffer and die in cruel traps and snares. Taxpayer-funded wildlife slaughter needs to stop." But wildlife slaughter makes livestock production safe. It's a necessary action for supply chain efficiency. As Johan Dutoit said, on the rangelands, the livestock-wildlife interface is characterized by management actions aimed at controlling problems associated with competition, disease, and depredation. They kill predators so they don't lose money from the loss of livestock to nature. But it's not just predators that succumb to this bloodbath. They target wild herbivores as well, like bison, elk, deer, and typically for two reasons. First, herbivores often compete with livestock for forage, and second, there's a perceived risk of disease transmission from wildlife to cattle, diseases like bovine tuberculosis carried by wild elk or brucellosis in bison, both diseases that were introduced from European cattle to wildlife in North America in the first place. This is an ecological disaster. As the Center for Biological Diversity puts it, from grazing animals to predators, native species are frequently killed to protect meat production profits. Grass-eating species such as elk, deer, and pronghorn have been killed en masse to reserve more feed for cattle. Important habitat-creating animals such as beavers and prairie dogs have been decimated because they disrupt the homogeneous landscapes desired by livestock managers, even beavers. And of course, we need heterogeneity in the landscape to accommodate biodiversity. We need diversity in habitat to accommodate diversity in species. In their efforts to domesticate the North American landscape, and indeed the world, by taking the wildness out to create a safe, productive space for rearing livestock, we're replacing wildlife with livestock at a staggering rate. 96% of all land and marine mammals, for example, are people and livestock, only 4% wild mammals. 10,000 years ago, it was the opposite. 4% people, 96% wildlife. Our gluttonous appetite for flesh and gore has squandered away this biodiverse gift we were blessed with. But that did not stop the self-proclaimed guardians of the grasslands, the BC Cattlemen's Association, from citing predators, treaties, and water as their top concern. And we talked about predators and the disturbing relationship we have with wildlife on the livestock-wildlife interface, but treaties, that's governments making agreements with indigenous nations to build trust-based relationships by collaboratively developing a framework for living together and sharing the land indigenous people traditionally occupied, a concern indeed for those with a monopoly on the grasslands. And they also cited water as a concern. Water, let's talk about water. I think we've all felt and noticed the pressures of drought, where broadly speaking, wildfires and water scarcity impact our lives, sense of place, air we breathe, well-being, and sense of security. Indeed, North America was once a much more water-rich world, and this was in part thanks to the American beaver. You see, the beavers are incredible ecosystem engineers. Their dams once covered Turtle Island, creating vast, epic wetland landscapes. These wetlands, in addition to fostering a sanctuary for wildlife, harbored vast reservoirs of water. As fresh water meandered through our precious creeks and rivers, beavers would capture it onto the land. North American drainage systems and the wildlife therein adapted to the landscapes beavers engineered, superior habitats. But the beaver pelt was once relentlessly sought after for making hats that wouldn't lose their shape after getting wet. In the 1600s, the hunt for beaver pelts really rose in the Americas rapidly after becoming scarce in Europe. And by 1820, the North American beaver was in danger of extinction. But due to a shift in fashion, the innovation of silk, the beaver was saved by a declining demand and a growing beaver conservation movement. But the damage was already done. Beavers who had built and maintained wetlands storing vast amounts of water on the land were nearly gone, and the water-saving systems they once maintained failed. And this depleted North America of much of its freshwater supply. It changed the dynamic of rivers and streams. Water that would be held on land was fast-tracked to the ocean, draining the lands dry, eroding stream banks, and thus removing much of the beautiful wildlife habitat that existed previously. And we built our infrastructure in this new landscape, roads in particular. As beaver populations increased, they were seen as pests, a threat to our infrastructure. I was working as an engineering assistant on resource roads in 2012, dirt roads built for natural resource extraction, when a beaver made use of a culvert on one of our roads to build a wetland. It flooded the road, of course. I campaigned that we should put steel mesh screens on our culverts to prevent this, but in the end, the powers that be thought it too expensive. It was cheaper to hire a hunter to kill the beaver. At this time in the area, there was a beaver cull, $25 a pelt for similar reasons. But we don't just cull beavers for fur and to protect infrastructure. As Glenn Elzinga, a rancher himself, reported, a lot of ranchers see beavers as a rival for water and causing problems, so they hate them. So in this new wetland-deprived landscape, where is our water going? Well, agriculture is by far the largest consumer of water in Canada, representing almost half of all the water consumed over this period. Households less than 10%, mining 4%, oil and gas 7.5%. For agriculture, this includes both livestock watering and crop production. On average, between 2009 and 2019, crop production, crops grown to feed humans and livestock, channeled 56% of agricultural water use, and livestock watering used the remaining 44% of the water dedicated to agriculture. 44%. Livestock watering is water used for drinking and cleaning the filth of intensive livestock operations, ILOs. Livestock farming is incredibly water intensive. For the other 56% of agricultural water use dedicated to our crops, what are we growing? According to the 2022 Agricultural Water Survey, half of the total water in Canada was used for field crops, 39% forage crops, 7% fruit, and 4% vegetable. When we think of field crops, which use half of our agricultural water, we think barley, corn, potatoes, rapeseed, much of which is grown to feed livestock. The feed industry, a colossus amidst Canada's abundant field crops, harvests a formidable 80% of domestically grown barley, 60% of our corn, and 30% of our wheat, directing them into the insatiable appetite of the Canadian feed manufacturing industry. But in this figure, field crops also includes tame pasture. Now, pastures are areas that livestock graze for forage, like grasses, flowers, and other plants. However, about 1/4 of all pasture in Canada is tame pasture. These are irrigated pastures seeded with non-native grass. And then we have forage crops. That's hay to feed livestock like cattle. And hay is typically grasses, legumes, and flowers rolled up into bales. They need hay when forage isn't readily available, when stubble heights are too low, or in the winter when snow is covering the vegetation. Forage crops, hay, used over 3.5 times more water than vegetable and fruit crops combined in 2022. However, looking back through the records, depending on precipitation levels, can use upwards of 10 times more water than vegetable and fruit crops combined. These numbers, they swing wildly depending on rainfall, and in times of drought, hay crops use a lot more water. They like us to think that cattle, for example, eat only grass and hay crops when they need it. The stories they tell, oftentimes they practice creep feeding, slowly introducing grains into their diet to increase their acceptance of feedlot fare. Cattle, if we combine those used for beef and dairy, are the largest consumer of animal feed in the Canadian livestock industry, more than 2.5 times more than poultry, 46% of the industry's total. This feed that they're feeding pigs and cattle and chicken, these are ultra-processed foods, UPF, with added vitamins, minerals, anti-caking agents, flavoring agents, pelleting age, mold inhibitors, acidifiers, antibiotics, and other veterinary health products. Where I live in BC, when cattle reach around 600 to 900 pounds at around 9 to 11 months old, these poor souls are auctioned off in the fall and transported to just a few massive feedlot operations in Alberta. A couple more percent go to Washington State, and there they'll be fed a grain diet, barley rich in Canada, corn rich in the United States, to be brought up to slaughter weight, around 1,400 pounds at around 18 months of age. The pasture diet, mostly grass and hay, only gets them to 600 to 900 pounds. Then over the next 7 to 9 months, they can nearly double their weight, potentially. This quick fattening up process, 2 to 3 pounds a day at these large factory farms, makes the industry economically viable. Then they go to factory slaughterhouse, a putrid hellhole of death, before processing and manufacturing, then to wholesale merchants, before export, where 70% of our pork is exported, or it goes to restaurants or retail. And although 89% of our agricultural subsidies in Canada goes towards the livestock industry, cattle ranching is not all that lucrative. They're often straddling the line of profitability, which is why when faced with proposals that would result in better environmental outcomes, more robust environmental management strategies, it's often met with resistance and strong opposition because it threatens their economic viability, their livelihoods. It's an industry with deep colonial roots in North America and is an industry on a lifeline of public support, one that can be ecologically devastating, changing the land. Let's chat briefly about land use change. About 6 or 7 years ago, I was talking with an Indigenous community about forestry when an elder shared something. He said that the trees speak with the clouds in the sky, telling them to rain, something he was taught as a boy. He was trying to tell me that forests and precipitation are linked. Now, I told some colleagues this, and it was shrugged off quickly. I heard from them what I frequently hear when I share this kind of story with natural resource professionals. Indigenous people, they always say this kind of thing. Darn, I don't think they understood what the elder said. You see, there used to be this paradigm that the removal of forests would increase water availability downstream, as the trees would intercept water that would otherwise be streamlined to our water supply. But that analysis uses a shallow, short-term thinking lens, as forest cover is also related to precipitation. The causal link is evapotranspiration, a process by which plants absorb water through their roots and releases it as vapor through their leaves, increasing atmospheric moisture, and even its cross-continental transport, which increases the likelihood of rain and water yield, in particular in the continental interiors further from the ocean, and especially in the summertime, just when we need it most for agriculture. But forestry, it's far from the main culprit when we talk about the loss of forest evapotranspiration. No, at least here in Canada, forestry companies, they need to replant what they cut. Not that there's not a severe impact from the industry, but there's a much more sinister driver pushing deforestation across the world, which scientists are more and more associating with drought, both now and historically, and that's agriculture. 45% of the Earth's ice and desert-free land surface, our habitable land, is used for agriculture. There's nearly 3 times as much land dedicated to livestock than there are natural grasslands and shrublands left in this world. About as much land for livestock as there are forests. In fact, agricultural expansion is the primary driver of forest loss globally. We've lost 1/3 of Earth's forests and 70% of our grasslands and shrublands to agriculture. And we continue to deforest about 5 million hectares of tree habitat each year globally, over 6 million hectares in 2022, displacing indigenous communities, committing cultural genocide along the way, about 75% of which is driven by agriculture. And the lion's share of that is for pasture and animal feed crops. For example, palm oil gets a lot of attention for clearing 9 million hectares of forest between 2001 and 2015. Over 45 million hectares were cleared for pasture alone, more than palm oil, coffee, cocoa, and soy combined over that same period. In North America, millions of hectares have been cleared for agriculture as well, much of which is carved out from old-growth forests. The permanent removal of trees not only impacts our water cycle, it contributes to biodiversity loss and, of course, climate change, taking our precious carbon sink ecosystems that sequesters carbon, and transforming them into carbon sources, ecosystems that emit carbon. And climate change, in turn, is driving more water scarcity. 2 papers independently came to similar results in 2021 and 2022, finding that the opportunity cost of land use change has been greatly underestimated. They pointed out that if we were to rewild all the lands dedicated to animal agriculture and go plant-based, we could potentially sequester 15 years worth of greenhouse gas emissions over the next 30, stabilizing our climate during that period to give us the time needed to make a meaningful transition to a low-carbon society, an opportunity our world leaders are currently turning a blind eye to. So we clear a lot of land for pasture. Pasture is typically land that was converted to pasture from forest or other ecosystems, or they're grasslands. Some of the most beautiful, threatened, misunderstood, and ecologically valuable ecosystems on the planet, a resource heavily exploited in North America. In the mid to late 1800s, beef production really started to grow here in BC, partly in response to the gold rush. And it just so happened that this is when we began developing and geographically placing Indian reserves. A really great book that details this history, in my area at least, is Resettling the Range by John Thistle, published in the UBC Academic Press. As they were surveying the lands, they were evaluating it economically. Of course, agriculture was a priority, and in much of the province, Indian reserves were geographically located with that in mind, placing them in less economical areas. Cattle require a lot of land and good forage, in other words, prime wildlife habitat, land that was otherwise considered home by indigenous nations. And in the rush to prioritize pasture land, reserves were cast off into areas with poor forage, where indigenous communities protested that there was not even enough grass for their horses managed by indigenous communities, horses which were later killed by settlers as they competed with cattle for grass. The exploitation of our grasslands was so mishandled that only decades after the introduction of cattle in my province, 90% of the grasslands in the southern interior were overgrazed. The area in the early 1900s was likened to a dust bowl. Locusts, poison traps, and the loss of predators and other wildlife driven by overgrazing and livestock management sharply altered the watersheds that they now characterize. This was perhaps the first great land grab here, changing landscapes, displacing indigenous peoples into marginal lands across North America to make way for ranches and other agricultural and economic endeavors. A couple years ago, I attended the annual grand meeting for British Columbian professional agrologists. I was on the planning committee, and we hired an Indigenous speaker to open the day and give us a short speech. And after the speech, an agrologist asked her about native food plants. And initially, she was happy to speak to us about it. She talked about how important the Indian potato is for her nation, and told us about how she used to harvest it as a girl. Then she paused and said, "But there's no more Indian potato where the livestock graze." The potato-like corm, a tuber, was said that when traditionally cultivated would grow to the size of a fist. You know, I discussed this story with agrologists who said, well, Indigenous people, they always say that kind of thing. Darn. Grazing livestock, almost ubiquitous across the North American landscape, do change plant communities. And on pasture, traditional food and medicinal plants are disappearing from the grasslands in response to cattle's manipulation of ecosystems. Cattle replaced bison in the Great Plains, which were integral to many Indigenous identities. Bison were considered a savage's livestock, and replacing them with cattle would civilize North America. U.S. Army Colonel Richard Irving Dodge famously said, "Kill every buffalo you can. Every buffalo dead is an Indian gone," literally overnight. This was part of a process of turning the new world into the old world, not just assimilating Indigenous peoples, but also the lands that they inhabit. They claim that cattle mimic bison on the landscape, providing the ecological service of grazing. However, cattle behave differently than bison. They tend to congregate in riparian areas, the interface between land and rivers or streams, causing erosion and vegetation loss, negatively impacting fish habitat. Whereas bison, they don't do that. They also influence plant communities differently. In his book, Aldo Leopold in the Sand County Almanac, 1949, he talked about this impact on plant communities. He talked about how the silphium plant, a yellow flower, won't grow where cattle graze. He said that they'll grow where dirt roads are, where bison graze, but not where cattle graze. He thought that this was because bison would migrate. They may intensely graze one area, but then they move on, migrating vast distances, not returning for a long while. Whereas cattle, they're enclosed within boundaries, concentrated, fenced in, continually ravaging the same environment over and over. An Indigenous colleague once told me about how he and his father used to hunt for grouse and ptarmigan in the grasslands. The grasslands would be rustling with ground birds, he said, a lively place, but not so much anymore. Lower grass heights and grazing intensity is known to negatively impact ground bird nesting. However, his grandfather, he said, would talk about flocks of ptarmigan and grouse in the grasslands in greater numbers than he ever knew. So I told this story to natural resource professionals and agrologists and was met with yet again, Indigenous people, they always say that kind of thing, or there's no evidence for that. This vile norm towards Indigenous knowledge within professional circles is regressive, reminiscent of eras past. This is 2024. Such attitudes no longer should have a rightful sway over land stewardship. Well, after this story was shared with me, I read The Condor Shadow by one of my heroes, an ecologist, David S. Wilco. He tells a story about when he was a kid starting his birdwatching adventures. The old timers would always say that the spring migration just wasn't what it used to be. At first, he chalked this up to old age, memory loss, eyesight. He didn't really believe it. But 30 years later, he found himself saying the same thing, that the spring migration just wasn't what it used to be. Now, the kids starting their birdwatching adventures today will never know what it was like when he was a kid, and he will never know what it was like when the old timers were kids. He calls this kind of generational amnesia perhaps the greatest impediment to a lasting conservation ethic in America today. But nobody said, oh, ecologists, they always say that kind of thing, or, oh, there's no evidence for that. No, David S. Wilkove, he got a Pioneer of Science Award. He got a Publication of the Year Award, among many others. He's a treasured scientist. Now, I offer this reflection because I believe we've lost our point of reference. Amidst our rapid pace, we often overlook the wisdom of those who've witnessed subtle shifts of time, our elders. Each incremental disturbance to ecosystems justified by isolated impacts overlooks the potential for cumulative effects with unforeseen repercussions. Once an Indigenous colleague inquired about where I'm from, yet having lived in many places, the questions seem almost inconsequential. My roots are scattered. He said that my perspective of the land is fleeting, contrasting it with the ancestral wisdom spanning millennia. Generations upon generations have nurtured a profound understanding of the land's essence, a legacy that eludes my transient grasp. I intuitively accept the state of the land as I encounter it. My perception shaped by fleeting encounters rather than enduring heritage. This is my natural point of reference. Some have referred to this phenomenon as shifting baseline syndrome. This phenomenon, shifting baseline syndrome, ensnares each generation as they gradually accept the current state of their environment as the new norm. With the ongoing degradation of our natural world, this leads to a perpetual lowering of our standards for ecological health, which results in inappropriate baselines that are employed for the conservation, restoration, and management of nature, exacerbating the continuing degradation of the natural world. Let's change that. E.O. Wilson once said that only by committing half of the planet's surface to nature can we hope to save the immensity of life forms that compose it. Unless humanity learns a great deal more about biodiversity loss and moves quickly to protect it, we will soon lose most of the species composing life on Earth. With half of the planet dedicated to agriculture, this would be impossible unless we take action. Reconciliation, learning, understanding, and action. We have the opportunity through our diets to reduce the amount of land used by agriculture by 75%, an area the size of North America and Brazil combined. The opportunities would be incredible. But for the sake of time, maybe I'll end quickly with this. Aldo Leopold once said, "I'm glad I will not be young in a future without wilderness." And forgive my characterization of wilderness in this talk. What we call wild, indigenous nations may have just called home. Our idea of wild is a Western social construct, but this is the future big meat may instill in our trajectory. What we think of as nature is always a step further away, less accessible for the general public, becoming more and more distant from our sense of place and our cultural sphere, where wildlife becomes simplified, an ecology of rats, ticks, cockroaches, malaria, pigeons, raccoons, starlings, and house finches. Although Leopold, he said a lot of things. He said that to receive an education in ecology is to live alone in a world full of wounds. And although we still live in a world full of wounds, we're no longer alone as we come together here at the vegan convergence of the people. Reconciling with our past means learning, understanding, and moving forward in unity to mend those wounds together. So that's it for my presentation. If we have time for any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Corey. That was such an incredible presentation packed with so much passion and information. And wow, thank you. That will be a presentation worthy of watching and listening and sharing many times over. Really appreciate that. Any questions? Maybe you could raise your hand if you want to ask personally. Are there any questions in the chat? Yeah, Race's gorgeous, beautiful slides, Corey. Brilliant.
Oh,
Thank you.
thanks. I should note here in Canada, I talked about water consumption. Now they don't provide data. Statistics Canada doesn't provide data on water consumption, only water use. And so you might see some difference. Industry is the lead driver of water use, but that includes using water for turbines and then returning that water back to the natural environment, its original source. And so that's a different from water consumption, where you take the water out and it never returns to its original source. So if you're confused by some of the data that's out there on water use, that's perhaps why.
Right.
Beth?
I see Beth. Great. Can you allow Beth to unmute, Rebecca?
Thank you so much. That was brilliant. I just have a question about, like, how did you get so passionate both about the environment and also I really sensed your passion for justice for Indigenous people. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, you bet. I've been passionate about the environment from an early age, recognizing that it impacts people. I remember being quite young, maybe 12 or 13 years old, and I used to go exploring on Knox Mountain in Kelowna. And one day after I came back from the Compassion for Animals road expedition, I was gone for about 8 months. I came back and I was I found this really special place. Knox Mountain is really dry. And there was this natural pond that existed there, where amongst the dry shrubland around it, there was this lush green patch. And there was this pond there. And I used to just always go there whenever I was stressed out or anything. And I just sit there and enjoy nature. Well, one day I was walking along and there was a road blocking the trail. And when I walked on them, there was security cameras on the road already. And they were building a subdivision, a really rich subdivision. So an NHL hockey player lives in one of those mansions now. And a security guard drove up really quickly and stopped me and said, "You're not allowed here." And I could never find that pond again. It was gone. And, that connection to nature, I guess, really motivated me throughout my life and career. And having looked at the environmental impacts of food from an early age, I think just fostered that worldview in me. And I've been working with Indigenous peoples for quite a long time, for about 10 years in the environmental realm all across British Columbia. I also just got back from the Marshall Islands in Micronesia. 18 years I went there with my mom, and we built out a diabetes wellness center, sourced local foods, things like that. Marshall Islands was colonized in the 1500s by the Spanish, right? Similar to North America. And then the Spanish sold it to the Germans in the 1800s before Japan took over it in World War I. And then the United States stole it from Japan in World War II, where they tested over 100 nuclear devices, one 1,000 times more powerful than Hiroshima, displacing the people of the Bikini Atolls. And so I went there recently for a couple of weeks, gave a presentation to the president of the Marshall Islands on climate change and the Attorney General, but working with the vibrant, energetic people of the Marshall Islands also inspires me, because it's not just North America, it's a global issue.
Thank you very much. Oops.
I see another hand up there.
And there's some questions in the chat, Tammy.
Okay. So there we go. Can you unmute?
Okay, I think you can hear me.
There we
That
go.
was a wonderful presentation. I had a special question about what you said about that if there are more trees, that they will increase the precipitation. It would be would be very nice if it could be in the Amazon. Also, if you cut it down, if you get more trees there, then would also precipitation would increase. Do you have any reference for that? Which is you?
Yeah, actually, there's quite a bit of literature on evapotranspiration. It's something that's emerging in the consciousness of the scientific literature today. But if you want real-time examples, well, the Amazon is a really great example because the deforestation is directly linked to a lot of the drought that's occurring locally in the Amazon. But it's only now like the emerging science about how it increases atmospheric moisture and the cross-continental transport of that moisture. And so you can look on Google. There are some free papers on it. I don't have any handy in front of me, but the information's out there and readily available. So I'd encourage people to check that out.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I'm losing a little bit of it. Thank you, Corey. Oh, did we lose someone here? Are we okay? Okay. There's another question from Lee. It says, are any of these presentations available for later viewing? And yes, they are in our Trello board, but also Corey probably would be happy to share if you have a community that is looking for a presentation as well. Would that be possible down the road, Corey?
I would be thrilled to give
contact
this presentation or another one. You could check out my websites, coreydavis.ca, I believe, and plant-poweredprotein.com, or you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn as well, and or maybe through. Oh, thank you, Corey Davis. Let's see. I'll just quickly pull up my website. Sorry, it's on the tip of my tongue, but Corey.
Thank you, Corey.
Yeah, coreydavis.ca is it.
And Corey Davis and his mother's latest book, Plant-Powered Protein, is gorgeous and it's full of story, and it's just a really beautiful, beautiful book if you're looking for something amazing. Lisa asked, what is the term for subsequent generations using what they know as a measurement of what to preserve? And
Yeah.
Paul kind of, is it stable baseline?
Shifting baseline syndrome. And I also like the way David S. Wilkove characterizes a similar phenomenon called generational amnesia. And both concepts have peer-reviewed literature freely available on Google Scholar if you're interested to dive in a bit more.
I think that's complete for the questions. What was Corey's other site? Oh, okay. What was your other site?
Plant-poweredprotein.com. That's our book, and you could get a hold of the authors through there as well.
I see that Ray has put that in the chat as well. And
Wonderful.
yes, Brenda Davis is his mom, and that was the reading I did before was on Brenda and Corey's father. What's his first name again? Corey, your
Paul.
father?
Yeah. My father, he's just been an enormous influence on my life because he's so sensitive towards the environment and instilled that value in me from a very young age, getting me in touch with nature, taking me canoeing and hiking. I wouldn't be the same person if it wasn't for that influence, that's for sure.
Thank you so much, Corey, for being here. Any final words?
Be the change you want to see. I hope, each one of us would perhaps struggle to create influence, but I think we create a lot of influence within our community, our sphere of influence with our friends and everything, and just being a humble person, sharing good food with others, I think has a profound impact. And doing that really allows us to align our behaviors with our values. And I just think, gosh, that's so spiritually fulfilling to behave in a way that aligns with our values. And I hope we can share that with our friends and family.
Thank you so much, Corey. It's brilliant, brilliant presentation. Gorgeous art. Gorgeous art. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Such a pleasure to see you guys here.
Tammy, we are still letting people in the room, and thank you. Boy, that was so beautiful. So beautiful. And let's see here. I will just add my spotlight. I've forgotten, are you introducing the film? Or am I?
I wasn't going to introduce the film,
Okay.
but I can.
Okay, then
Okay.
I will be glad to, and thank you so much. I do have something I want to say before I want to make sure that the live streaming has ended. And also, if it is still streaming, we're going to say that we're not streaming the movie. You have to come onto Zoom to see the movie, but it will be posted. They're working very hard to find places and making negotiations to have it where it can be seen. Okay, let's see.
And I would just like to say one thing while we have a moment. You know, Rebecca is one of the major spearheads in our Convergence. So I just want to say thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Tammy. And you are one of our spiritual guides. And I tell you, it's been so lovely. And all of the people that are here that haven't spoken, I mean, I recognize some of you, and I am so glad you're here. We do this together. Okay, so I think Mac will let us know when it is ready to, it is stopped already, is that correct?
I paused it on my end.
Okay.